Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting Ebon Tech tutorial. We're going to build a complete sleep tracking website from scratch using Next.js and other modern web dev technologies. For our front end, we're going to make use of React and Next.js. For styling, we're going to make use of Tailwind CSS for modern and responsive design. We're going to use TypeScript for writing type-safe codes. And lastly, for our backend, we're going to rely on the power of Supabase. We're going to walk through authentication, storing sleep data, displaying charts, and building a polished UI. By the end of this video, you will have your own fully functional sleep tracker and the skills to expand it even further. Let me actually take you through what we're going to build today in this video. Now, first of all, we're going to build the home page of this website. Okay, we're going to have the home section or the hero section right here. And when the user clicks on any link, it's going to scroll the user to the next section. We're also going to create the about section. Okay, we're also going to create the frequently asked questions section, and then we're going to create the contact section. Now, users will be able to sign into this application to view their dashboard and their sleep records. I'll click on sign in. Now, users without an account can actually continue with their already existing Google account, or they can log in with their already registered account. I'm going to log in with an existing account. I'm going to log in with this account right here. I'll click on sign in, and it's going to send the user to their dashboard. And when the user is logged into their dashboard, they can see their sleep records. Okay, you can see right now this user has actually inputted 3 sleep records. Okay, and also we're going to calculate the average sleep record of that user, the short-term average sleep record, the user's best sleep record, and also we're going to get the total records of the user. Not just that, users will be able to visualize their sleep record in a chart. Okay, when the sleep record of a user is less than 3 hours, it's going to be a red bar. When it's moderate, it's going to be a purple bar. When it's actually over 7 hours, which is optimal, it's going to be a green bar. Okay, let's actually add a record. I'll click on add sleep record. Now, user can actually select the day, so I'll just select today. Then I'm going to select a sleep record. I'll choose 2.5 or 2 hours of sleep. Then I'll say this is a very, very poor sleep. Then I'm going to click on save record. Now the data is going to be updated in real time in the dashboard. You can see the record the user just inputted right here. Okay, this sleep record was actually poor, so it has a red bar. Now this is a very simple and straightforward project, but at the same time it's a project you're going to learn a lot from. It doesn't matter if you are a beginner or a veteran. Okay, everything is going to be explained step by step, and I'm not going to skip any step. Now, if you are excited to build in this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm, and it's actually going to help YouTube push this content to more people like you who are going to find this content very, very helpful. And if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next exciting modern web development project we are going to build together on this channel. Let's dive into it. Now, for the technologies we are going to use for this project, first of all, we're going to start up with React. Okay, now React is a library for the web and native user interface. Now, React is a library used for building user interface for both web and native. Okay, web for website and also native for mobile applications. But we're going to be using React on the web in this project. Now, with React, we'll be able to create reusable components. We'll be able to make use of built-in hooks in React, and also we'll be able to create our own custom hooks. But we're not going to make use of React on its own out of the box. We're going to pair React with Next.js. Okay, now Next.js is the React framework for the web, which is used for building modern and scalable web application. Now, Next.js is used by some of the world's largest companies in the world. It enables you to create high quality web application with the power of React components. And with Next.js, our website is going to be well optimized and also have better SEO performance. And on top of that, Next.js also provides us with file-based routing, which is going to make it very seamless for us to create pages in our application. Now, for styling, we're going to depend on the power of Tailwind CSS, which is going to help us create a modern looking and a fully responsive website. And lastly, for our backend, we're going to depend on Supabase, which makes it very, very easy for us to add backends to our website or our web application. Now, I assure you are going to actually enjoy working with Supabase. It's going to make it very easy for you to actually build a full stack application without actually thinking too much about all the complexity of backend. So we are basically going to be starting this project from absolute scratch so you can actually follow along easily. Okay, now the only thing I have inside this Visual Studio Code right now, I only have this empty folder right here, sleep tracker, and inside this sleep tracker folder I'm going to actually create a new Next.js application. So I'm going to head over to Next.js.org. I'll click on get started, and you can see it's going to bring us right here to the documentation. I'm going to go to installation. Now inside this installation guide, we're going to see what we need to do to create a new Next.js application. Now these are actually the requirements to actually install Next.js. You have to actually have Node.js, okay? And that Node.js have to be of version 20.9 and above, and your operating system must be macOS, Windows, on Linux operating system. Now right now I'm making use of a Windows operating system. Now to check if you have Node.js installed, you go to your search tab in your browser. If you are using Windows, I don't know for other operating system, then I'm just going to search for command prompts, okay? And you can see command prompt right here. Click on that. Now to check if you have Node.js installed in your computer, you're going to run node-v, okay? Click on enter. And you're going to see that right now I have Node.js version 20.1 installed in my local machine. Now, if you don't have Node.js installed, you're going to get an error, or you're going to get that this command does not exist in your local machine. Then you can head over to nodejs.org to actually set up Node.js in your computer before you can actually continue with this command we're about to run. Okay, now if you have Node.js installed in your computer, then right here you can run this command right here, nps create app at latest. Okay, I want to copy this command. Then I just go to my terminal, I open up a new terminal, then I just paste that command right here. Okay, now we want this to be created inside this sleep tracker folder. We don't want to create a new folder. So to do that, I'll say // it's basically going to tell the command to create this new Next.js application inside the sleep tracker folder we already have right here. So I click on enter. Need to install following package, create Next app 16.0.6. I'm going to type y, then I'll click on enter. And then it's going to ask us some questions. So I'm going to open this terminal or expand this. Would you like to use the recommended Next.js default? I'm going to go to customize settings, okay, because there are some settings I actually want to customize on my own. Okay, I'll click on go to customize settings. Then it's going to ask us, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we obviously want to use TypeScript. What linter would you like to use? We want to make use of ESLint as our linter. Then would you like to use React compiler? No, we want to make use of the new Next.js compiler. Then would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like your code inside the SRC directory? Of course, we want our code inside the SRC directory. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to no, we don't want to customize this. Now, after we actually customize all our settings, we're going to actually start installing all our dependencies. Now, this is going to take a while depending on your network strength, but after it's done installing all our dependencies, we're going to see this success message right here, success created sleep tracker. Okay, great. So now I can actually close up this terminal a bit and get familiar with our folder structure. Now, this folder structure right here, first of all, we have this .nest file right here. And this .nest file basically is where our application is built. When we actually build our application, when we run npm run build or npm run dev, this is where our application, the build files actually stored. Okay, great. So during development, you really don't have any business with this file. And then we have these node modules right here, and these node modules contain all the packages we actually installed when we created this new Next.js application. And if you want to actually check the packages you are working with, you have to go to this package.json right here. And inside this package.json, we have something called the dependencies. Now, these are the dependencies that come with the default Next.js application. Right now, you can see that we are making use of Next.js version 16.0.6 and React version 19 and React DOM version 19. And then we have some dev dependencies right here. And the difference between these dev dependencies and these dependencies is that when we actually build this application for production, our application is going to depend on these dependencies right here, okay? But for the dev dependency, we're only going to need these during development. They're not going to be part of our production code, okay? which means when we run npm run build, these dependencies are not going to be installed. We only need this for development. And then we have this public folder right here, and this public folder right here, this is where we're going to place all our public assets, like our audio files, video files, or image files that we need in our application. But in this particular application, we need an image, so this is where we're going to place the image inside this public folder. And then we have this src folder right here. Now this src folder, this is where we're going to create all the files that are going to be associated with our application, all the pages and all the components. Okay, great. And then after that, we have this git ignore file right here. Now this git ignore file, what this is basically doing is that here's where we're going to specify all the files we don't want Git to track, okay? Because there are some files that we don't want to push to GitHub or to any other Git host, okay? For example, now we have this env right here. We don't want to actually display this in GitHub. We don't want to push this to GitHub. So anytime we create a .env file, we want Git to actually ignore that file, okay? So now I want to go to src. Now inside this src folder right here, these are actually the default files that come with the Next.js application. Inside this layout.ts file, this is basically the layout of our application. This is basically the root layout of our application. So whatever styles we add right here, or whatever components we add right here, is going to be visible anywhere in our application. This is the root layout file of our application. So now I'm going to run npm run dev so we can see the way this application looks. So I'm going to run npm run dev. Open this up. And then you can just follow this right here, this localhost port 3000. I'm going to follow this link right here. And this is going to open up our Next.js project in the web browser. Okay, and you can see the default files we are working with. Great. So I'll go back to the layout file now. This layout file, like I said, controls the entire application. I'm going to close this up. It controls the entire application, which means whatever page we created in this application are going to be rendered right here where we have these children. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change the title of this application. I'm going to say modern sleep tracker. And then for the description of the web page, I'm going to say modern sleep tracker Egbon Tech. Okay, great. And now we can actually add our own custom font. So I'm going to get rid of these two fonts right here. Then down here, I'm going to say const Poppins is going to be equals to, I'm going to get Poppins from Nest Font Google. Then I just get rid of these other two. Variable font Poppins subset Laughing. After I'm going to specify width. I want 300, 400, 500, 600, and 700. That's the font width I actually want. Okay. And to apply this, I'm going to go down here, get rid of this right here. Then I'm going to say $Poppins.class name. Okay, great. So that's how you add a custom font in your Next.js application. Now we are now using Poppins from Google Font. Okay, great. So now what we're going to do, we're going to get rid of all these styles from this application, the default styles. So I'll just get rid of everything here. Get rid of everything here. I'm going to leave this import Tailwind CSS, okay, because we are making use of Tailwind CSS in this application. And then I'll go to the page.ts file, which is our home page. I'll get rid of all the codes here. I'll just get rid of everything here. Also get rid of this import statement. In here, we're going to create a paragraph tag that's going to say hello. Sorry, spell that hello correctly. Hello, everybody. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. We should actually see that text right here. Hello, everybody. And our Poppins font is being applied. Great. So now we can actually work on creating the homepage of this project. So first of all, we want to really change the background. We don't want the background to be white like we have right here. Okay. We want the background to be different. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the layout file. Remember I said that any style or whatever we apply in this layout file is going to affect the entire application. So right here, I'm going to give this a BG of this hex color right here, F172A. Okay, I'll save that. Now I want to head back to the web page to actually see that our background is actually applied to this application. So now we're going to start working on creating the home page. Now for the home page, we're going to have this hero section right here with this nav bar. Okay, so let's first of all create that. So I'm going to create a component. First of all, create a component folder. Inside this src folder, I'm going to create a folder called components. And inside this component, I'm going to create our first component, which is going to be hero section.tsx rfc. Now, when building a React application, you have to actually break everything into components. Okay, which means this hero section right here is going to be its own component. This about section is going to be its own component. Each of them are going to be their own components. Okay, great. So after creating this hero section, we're going to go to the home page. This page.js is actually call that component right here. So I'll just get rid of this. I'll create an empty fragment. In here, I'll call the hero section component. Okay, great job. And then I'll just save this and head back to the web page. We should be able to see that hero section text right here. Okay, so we have that component in the web page. Great. So the very first thing I'm going to create inside this hero section is going to be our nav bar. So I'm going to create another component inside this component right here. I'll create another component. I'll create another component called nav bar. But let me first of all just create a folder. I'll call this folder home page. Then I'll just paste this right here. I'll cut this hero section. Then I'll just paste that in here. Okay, because I want this component to be inside the home page folder. Okay, so I will know that this hero section component is for the home page. Then inside the components folder, I'll create another one. It's going to be dashboard. Okay, that way we know that inside this home page we have this component right here. And inside the dashboard folder, we're going to have all the components we're going to use in when we are building the dashboard. So inside this home page folder, I'm going to create another component. I'll call this component navbar.tsx rfc. Then I'll just get rid of this import right here. Great. Then all we have to do is just save this. Then inside the hero section, we just call this navbar. Create an empty fragment, and I'll just call this navbar component right here. Okay, great. And then I can save that, and I can save this page.tss file right here. So now I can actually start creating the navbar. So I'll just get rid of this and I'll create a nav tag. I'll give this nav tag a Tailwind class px of 6, which is a padding horizontal of 6 for small screen device and above. I want this to have a px of 20, padding horizontal of 20. I'll give the navbar a height of 18, a display of flex items center. Then we're going to do a justify of between, a z of 20, and a position of relative. Now, so we can actually see this navbar in the web page. I'm going to give this a bg of red 700. Okay, so we can actually see what we've styled. When we go back to the web page, you can see we have that navbar right here with a background color of red. But the navbar is not going to have any background color. I just add that background of red so we can actually visualize the height and the width of the navbar. Okay, so we can actually get width of this bg red of 700. First of all, I'm going to create our logo. So I'll just comment that off. This is going to be the logo first of all. Then down here, I'll create a component. I'll call that component logo.tsx. TXX rfc. And then inside this logo component, we're just going to create the logo. So link, get that from next link. The href is going to point to, so anytime a user clicks on the logo, it's going to take the user to the home page. Okay, and then in here, give it a Tailwind utility class. I'll do a display of flex items center. I want a gap between the items inside this logo, a gap of 1, and then I want the z index, a z of 50. Okay, and then in here we're going to need an icon. So let me actually install an icon library. So I just open this up. I'll create a new terminal. Then now I'm going to say npm install lucid react. Click on enter. Now that command is going to actually install the Lucid React icon library for us in our application. And now we'll go to package.json to actually see Lucid React and we see the version right here. Okay, great. So now we can actually make use of that icon in our application. So I actually want an icon called bed single. I'm going to import that from Lucid React and I'll just get rid of this other React import statement right here. And then for the size, I want the size to be, I'll do 35. There are some Tailwind classes this. I'll do a text of fullscale 700. Okay. After that, I'm going to add a span. Now this span is going to say rest metrics. I'll give it some Tailwind classes. Give it a text GUI of 300, a text of 2XL, and the font of semi-bold. I'll save that. So now we have to actually import this logo in our navbar component. So right here, we're going to import logo from logo. Okay, so I'll save that. So you can see right here, import logo from logo. Since they are in the same folder right here, you don't have to actually go into any directory, just import the logo directly. So we'll go back to the web page to actually see that logo right here, rest metrics. Great. Now after the logo down here, we're going to create our desktop menu. So the desktop menu. I'll create another list. I'll give this some Tailwind classes. I want these desktop links to be hidden by default. Then for medium screens and above, I want them to have a display of flex. I'll give it an opacity of 90, which is basically opacity of 90%. Then I'll give the links a background. I want the links to have similar background with this background image right here. Remember that we're going to have a background image in this hero section. Okay, but I want the links to have this background. So I want to go to the layer.ts file. Where's that layer.ts file? And then I'll copy this hex color right here. Then I want this to have this background right here. So I'll say BG and I paste in that hex color right here. Okay. I want each item inside this another list to have a gap of 10. I'll give it a padding of 3. Padding horizontal, we're going to do 8. Text gray of 300 and a rounded of full. So next what I want to do is I want to actually output the li tags, okay, because inside this another list we're going to have our li tag that's going to represent each of our link. Now traditionally what we are going to do, we'll do something like this li, then we'll just drag it down multiple times. Now since we are working with React, we can actually do this in a cleaner way. So up here I'm going to create an array. I'll say const links, or I'll just call it nav links is going to be equals to an array. The first object is going to have an href that is going to be hash home, and the label is going to be home. Okay, now let's drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. This one is going to be about fac, and then we're going to have contact. Then for the labels, we're going to have about fac, and then we're going to have contacts. Okay, great. So now we just have to map through this. Anytime we actually map through these lists, we're just going to output an li tag. So down here, we're simply going to say navlinks.map. So anytime we map through the nav links, we're going to call each of them a link. And then we're going to return this JSS right here. We're going to have an li tag. And inside that li tag, we're going to have a link from next link. The href of that link is simply going to be the link we're mapping through dot the href. Okay. And then the label of the link is going to be link dot label, like that. And then we have to pass in a key to this list, and the key is going to be link.href. Okay, we actually can make use of this href as a key because each of these href are unique. Home, about, fac, contact. So you're actually unique. So you can make use of that href as a key for our list. So I want to add some styles to this link right here. I'll give it a Tailwind class. On over, I want to give it a text Foursquare of 500. I'll give it a transition property from Tailwind CSS. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, we actually see those links right here, okay? And when we hover on those links, you can see that cool over effect on the links. Great. So now we're just going to create that sign in button. It's going to be at the right hand corner of the nav bar. So I'll go back to the web page. I'll just wrap up this URL tag right here. Then down here, I'm going to say sign in or login button. And we have to specify that this is going to be sign in button for desktop. Okay, for mobile devices, the mobile device is going to have its own menu. It's going to have its own sign in button. So down here, I'm going to create a link tag. The href is going to point to /login. Okay, and then we can simply just say sign in right here. I'll give this some Tailwind classes. By default, this is going to be hidden. For medium screens and above, it's going to have a display of block. I'll give it a BG Foursquare of 700, a PX of 6, a padding vertical of 2, rounded, we'll do full, a font of semi-bold, a text of white, and over, I'll give it a BG Foursquare of 600, then add a transition for colors. Okay, I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we actually see that button right here, the sign in button right here. I won't click on the sign in button, it's going to take us to the login page, but we don't have that page right now. Okay, now when we take this to mobile device, you're going to notice that we no longer see that nav bar anymore. Okay, when we expand, we can actually see the nav bar and also these links and this button when we are at desktop, when we are at medium screens and actually above. Okay, so for medium screens and below, we're not going to actually see that, which means we need to actually create another nav bar or another link for our mobile devices, okay, so that our application is going to be responsive. So now you're going to create the mobile menu. So I'll say mobile menu, create another list. I give it another list, a Tailwind class. For medium screens and above, this is going to have a display of hidden, which means it's only going to be visible for medium screens and below for small screens. Give it a position of fixed, a top of 0, a left of 0, a width of full. I'll give it a screen, which is basically a height of 100 VH. We'll do a BG slate of 900, a display of flex, a flex direction of column, so a flex of call, items of center, justify of center, gap of 8, a text gray of 300, and I'll give it a Z of 40. Okay, great. So now we're going to map through our links, okay, just we did when we're actually creating the menu for desktop. So down here, we're going to just map through our list. We're going to say links or nav links dot map. Anytime we map through any of them, we're going to call it a link, and then we're just going to return this JXS right here. Okay, we're going to have an li tag. I'm going to pass a key to, and the key is going to be link dot the href, and then inside the li tag, I'm going to actually create a link. The href is going to be link dot href, and then the label is going to be link dot label. Okay, I have some Tailwind classes to this link right here. I give it a text of 2XL. On hover, I want to give it a text Foursquare of 500, and then transition colors. Okay, save that. Head back to the web page. Now we'll go to small screen device, which actually see the menu for mobile devices right here. Okay, and it looks really, really great. And this res matrix is actually above this menu because remember when we created the logo, we actually give this a z index of 50. So when we take off this index of 50 and head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we can no longer see that logo. That's why we actually added that z index of 50 to the logo, so that the logo is going to be above these menu links. Okay, great. So now we're going to create the sign in button. So I'll just go back to the nav bar. After this URL right here, or basically inside the URL down here, I'm going to create the sign in button for mobile. So down here, I'm going to actually create that link. So it's going to be similar with this one we did for our desktop. So I just copy this, then I just paste that right here. But this time I'm going to say this is going to be hidden for MD and above, and then for small screen device going to be of display block. Save that, and then we can actually see the sign in button right here. Great. So now we don't want this to be open by default for mobile devices. We want to actually click on a menu to actually open this up for a user. Okay, so we need to create something like an hamburger menu right here that is going to actually open up this menu when a user actually clicks on it. Okay, great. So let's do that. So after this, another list for the desktop menu, I'm going to create the button right here. So I'll create a button. The button is going to have an icon in there called menu, and I'm going to get that from Lucid React, and then I'll give it a size of 28. For the button, I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to it. For medium screens and above, give it a display of hidden, a z index of 50 because we want it to actually overlap the mobile menu, and then a text gray of 300. Okay, I'll save that. Now we head back to the web page. We actually see that menu right here. Okay, I'll just give this a cursor of pointer. So I'll give it a cursor of pointer. Okay, it's going to look way better. Yeah, over on this like a link. So now when we click on this, that's only when we want to see this menu right here. Okay, so how do we actually do this in React? We're going to make use of state. So up here we're going to create a state. So I'll say const. I'll call this state is menu open, then set is menu open is going to be equals to use state from React. Okay, and then by default this is going to be false. Okay, because we don't want the menu to be open by default, so the default value is going to be false. And then in this button we can hook up an event handler to this button. You'll say on click on this button. When someone clicks on this button, I want to fire an arrow function that's going to actually set menu open to the opposite value to is menu open. Okay, so this is basically us just toggling the state, right? So set is menu open, it's going to set is menu open to the opposite state. If it's true, it's going to set it to false, and if it's false, it's going to set it to true. And then we only want to render these mobile menu links right here only when the state is set to true. So we're going to add dynamic styles to this. So I'll just cut these static styles. I'll paste those static styles right here. And then I'm going to say, if it's menu open, then I'm going to give this a translate x of 0. Okay. S, I'll give it a translate x of, sorry, not z, x of full. Okay. Actually, negative translate x of full. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. So I'll go back to the web page and we have an error. Okay, that what's happening right here is that, remember we are making use of Next.js. Now all components in Next.js by default are server components, which means you cannot make use of state inside a server component. Now since we want to make use of state inside this particular component, we have to convert this component to a client component. To do that, we're just going to go up here and then we're going to say this component is going to be a client component by making use of the directive from Next.js use client. Okay, so I'll save that, and that should ensure that we actually have this right here. So when we click on this, it's going to actually open up this menu. We'll click on it again, it's going to close up the menu. Okay, great. So basically now we're actually toggling the state. Now when we actually open the menu, we want this to actually be like a cross. So let's quickly do that. So I'll just go down here, then I'll just get rid of this menu right here. I say is menu open, then I want to render an icon called X. I get that from Lucid React. S, I want to render this right here. Okay, and then the size is also going to be 28. So I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Now you can see right now, when we click on it, X, and you click in, it's going to close it back up. Great job. So now we are done creating the nav bar for this web app. Okay, so next we have to start working on the hero section. So I'm going to head to the hero section. Now the first thing I'm going to do, I'm actually going to add the background image. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this a section around this nav bar. So I'm saying this is going to be section. And then I'm just paste this nav bar inside this section. Okay, and then I can get rid of this fragment right here. And then I'll say the ID is going to be, now this ID we are using, it has to match with the name we use in our nav bar. So we can use for navigation. It's going to match with this home right here. Okay, so the ID is going to be home. And then I add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give this a min hate screen. And now I'm going to add the background image. So to do that, I'm going to make use of a style property. Now inside this CSS style, I'm going to add a background image. So I'll say background image. Make use of a linear gradient to bottom right. And the color I'm going to use is RGBA 15, 23, 42, and the opacity is 0.8. And then RGBA 99, 102, 241, and opacity is 0.3. And then after that, we're going to pass in the image. To do that, we'll say URL. The in between is opening and closing brackets. We have to actually specify the path to the image. Okay, now this image we are going to use right here, we have inside this public folder right here. You can see inside this public folder we have a folder called images, and inside this images folder we have a file right here called herobg.jpg. Now this is the image I actually want to use right now. Okay, now you can actually find this image in the source code on GitHub. Okay, actually download that image if you want to use the exact same image I'm using for this hero section. So the path is going to be /images/herobg.jpg. Okay, I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we actually see that background image right here. Okay, great. So now we have to add some styles to it to actually make it look better. So I'm going to go to this section right here and add some styles to this. I'll say I'm going to give it a BG of center, a BG of cover, and a BG of no repeat. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and you actually see this actually looks way better. Okay, great. So next, we're going to add the items that are going to be in the hero section. This text right here, this other text right here, these two call to action button, and then this animated mouse right here. Okay, so after this nav bar, I'm going to create a div. Up here, I just label these as hero content. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of relative, a z of 10, a display of flex, items of center, justify center. I give it a mean height. I do 100 VH minus 4.5 rem. Okay, now the reason we're actually doing this is because we want to actually subtract the height of our nav bar. Remember that when we go over to the nav bar, when we hover on the height of the nav bar, the nav bar has a height of 4.5 rem. Okay, so I want to subtract the height of the nav bar. So what's going to happen is that the view height minus the height of the nav bar is going to be the height of this hero content right here. Okay, and then I'll do a padding top of 18. Okay, basically pad this from the top. So inside this div, I'll create another div. I give this div some Tailwind classes. I give it a text of center, a text of whites. We'll do a px of 6 and a maximum width of 4xl. And then inside this div, we'll create a h1 tag. It's going to have this test sleep better, and in there we're going to have a span. It's going to have this text in there, leave better. Okay, we'll give the h1 tag a Tailwind class of text of 5xl. For small screens and above, we'll give it a text of 6xl. For medium screens and above, we'll give it a text of 7xl. A font of bold, and we'll give it a margin bottom of 6. And then for the span, I just simply give it a Tailwind class of text Foursquare of 500. Great. I just add a comma after the sleep better. Save that. Head back to the web page and should actually see that h1 tag right here. Sleep better, live better. Okay. I'll just format this. After this h1 tag, we're going to create a paragraph tag. That's going to have this text in there. Track your sleep patterns, understand your cycles, wake up, refresh every morning. And then we'll add them Tailwind classes to this. We'll do a text of XL. For small screens and above, we'll do a text of 2XL. A text gray of 400. Margin bottom of 8. A maximum width of 2XL. And MX of up to. Okay, save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see that text right here. Track your sleep pattern, understand your cycles, and wake up refresh every morning. So next we're going to add the call to action button. So after this paragraph, I'm going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of flex. I give it a flex of call. Therefore, last screens, I give it a flex of row. We do a gap of 4 and justify of center. In here, I'm going to create a link. I'll get that from next link. The href is going to go to /dashboard. Okay, we're going to create this page later on. For now, we're just going to leave it. For now, we're just going to hard code the link right here. Okay, and this one is obviously going to work. We've not created a dashboard page yet, but it's going to be /dashboard. And then the label is going to be start tracking free. Okay, then add some Tailwind classes to this. We'll do a bg Foursquare of 600. On hover, I'll do a bg Foursquare of 700, a text of whites, a px of 8, a py of 3, rounded of full, font of semi-bold, text of LG, a transition of colors, and a cursor of pointer. Save that, and we should actually see that button right here, start tracking free. So let's add the second button. So I just copy this and I just drag this down. Now this second button is going to go to hashtag about, because it's going to go to the about section, and it's going to be learn more. Okay, this one is going to have a background color, so I just get rid of all this, and also it's going to have a text of white too. I give it a border of 2, a border of whites. On hover, I want it to have a background of whites. On hover 2, I want the text to be text slates of use 900. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we have this right here. On hover on this, you can see that white background. And the final item we're going to add is going to be the floating mouse. So down here, create another div. I'll give this div a position of absolute. Do a bottom of 8, left of half, with a transform. The negative translates x of 1/2. Then I'll do a z index of 10. Inside this div, we'll create another div. That's going to have a Tailwind class of animates bounce. Inside this div, we'll create yet another div. That's going to have a Tailwind class of width of 6, height of 10, border of 2, border of white, rounded of full, a display of flex, and justify of center. Okay, and then finally we're gonna have a div in here. We're gonna have a Tailwind class of width of 1, height of 3, bg white, rounded of full, and then finally margin top of 2. Save that, and we actually see that floating mouse right here, but we don't want it to be here. We want it to be positioned right here. Oh, I didn't actually spell this correct. It's supposed to be left, not left right. Left half. Save that, and it's just actually right here. And it's not positioned at the bottom, okay? I think that's because we are positioning this right now to this hero content right here. I want this to be positioned absolute to this section right here. So I'll give this section a position of relative, and then I'll just cut this right here. I'll just cut the div right here. Now paste it outside of this hero contents div container right here. I'll paste it outside there, just inside the section, just before the closing section tag. I'll save that, and that should ensure that it's actually positioned absolute to the section and not the hero content div container. And you can see right now that this is not actually at the bottom, it's actually too close to the top. I want this to be closer to the bottom because we gave this a item center, justified of center. We give it a padding top of 18, so it's supposed to be positioned towards the bottom. Oh, that's because we actually got this wrong, so I'll just get rid of this. What we are going to do is that we want the mean height, or the mean height is going to be, instead of just saying 100 VH minus the 4.5 when, we have to actually calculate it, okay? 100 VH minus 4.5 when, okay? I save that. I head back to the web page, and you actually see it's actually positioned towards the bottom. Okay, great. So with that, we're basically done with creating the hero section of this website. And when we actually take this to small screen device, you can see that this is actually fully responsive, and we can actually open up the menu, and it looks really, really, really good. So next, we're going to start working on creating this about section right here. Okay. So I go into my SRC folder, I go to components. I want to create a new component inside this homepage folder. I'll call this component about section.tsx. RSC. Then I'm just going to import this component inside my homepage. I go to page.tsx, and then I just import about section. Like that. Okay, great. Now in here, I'm going to have a section. I'll give this section an ID of about, so it matches our navbar. Okay, the name we use in our navbar for navigation. Then I'll give it a Tailwind class. I'll give it a padding vertical of 20. Then inside this section, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this some Tailwind classes. Create a Tailwind class of container, mx of auto, and px of 6, padding horizontal of 6. First of all, we're going to create the header inside the about section, so I'll just comment this out. For that, down here, I'll create a h2 tag. I'm going to say about, and then I'm going to add a span. Then inside the span, we're going to have rest metrics. I give this h2 tag some Tailwind classes. We're going to give it a text of 4XL. For medium screens and above, we'll give it a text of 5XL, a font of bold, text of white, and a margin bottom of 6. Then also going to add some styles to the span too. Give the span a Tailwind class of text first car of 500. I'll save that, head back to the web page, scroll down, and we actually get that right here, about rest metrics. But I actually want this to be at the center, so what I'm going to do, I'm just cut this right here, this h2 tag. I'll place it inside a div. paste that right here. Then I'm going to give this div a Tailwind class of text center and a margin bottom of 16. Okay, and then after this h2 tag, I'm going to create a paragraph tag, which is going to have this paragraph in there. We believe that quality sleep is the foundation of a healthy production life. And then for the paragraph tag, I'll give it some Tailwind classes. I'll do a text of XL, a text gray of 300. Spell this text XL correctly. A maximum width of 3XL and MX of Auth. Save that. I actually get that right here. I'll just reduce the font size of this text. I'll give it a text of MD instead. This actually looks way better. Okay, now after this header div, we're going to have another div right here for the start. So I'll just comment that off. Then after that, I'll create another div. I give this a Tailwind class. I'm going to give it a display of grid, a grid cause of 2. For medium screens and above, I'll give it a grid cause of 4, gap of 8, and a margin bottom of 16. And I want to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of text center. And inside this div, I'm going to have 2 paragraph tags. This one is going to say 10K plus. And then the second paragraph tag is going to say active users. Okay. And then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to these tags. I give you a text of 3XL, a font of bold, this Foursquare of 500, and a margin bottom of 2. And for this one, I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of text gray. I'll do 300. Save that, and we should be able to see that right here. Okay, now we actually need 4 of these, so I'm just going to copy this div right here. I'll just drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. Save that, and we should actually see 4 of these stats right here. Okay, so all we just have to do is just update each of them to what we want. For this one, I want this one to be 500K plus. Then it's going to be, the name is going to be sleep hours tracked. Next one is going to be user satisfaction. Okay, and then I'll just use 94%. Then I'll change this one to capital casing and also change this one to capital casing. Then finally, this one is going to be 247, and the label is going to be support. Save that. I actually get those stats right here. Okay, great. Now after that, we're going to create another div. After this stats right here, we'll create another div. Now you create another div. This is going to be for features, so I'll just comment that off. I'll give this a Tailwind class of grid, major screens and above, grid a grid cause of 2. And for last screens and above, grid a grid cause of 4. Do a gap of 8 and a margin bottom of 16. Now we're actually going to map through the items for the futures. Okay, so up here, I'll get rid of this import right here and I'll just paste this right here. Okay, we have these futures right here. Now you can actually find this inside the about section in the source code. Okay, just copy this features right here, paste that up here, because we're going to actually map through what we have inside this array. Okay, great. So down here, we're just going to go down here inside this features container we created. Then we can simply say features dot map. I'll call each of them a feature. Then anytime we map through a feature, we're just going to output, we just return a JXS right here. Okay, and that JSS is going to be a div right here. Okay, and then for the key, I'll just get the index of each item. Then I'm going to say the key is going to be the index. Okay, which is basically going to be the index of the item in the list. Right now, this one is an index of 0, index of 1, index of 2, and index of 3, just the way they are arranged in the array. Okay, so we are going to make use of that index as the key. Now, I'll give this some Tailwind classes. For each of the item we're going to output, I'll give it a BG slate of 800, a rounded of XL, a padding of 6, and over, I want to have a BG slate of I'll do 800, no, not 800, 700, a transition of colors. Then in here, we'll create another div. We'll give this a Tailwind class of text 3XL, and margin bottom of 4. And then inside this div, we're going to output the future dot the icon from the future. I'm going to save this so you can actually visualize this. I'll go back to the web page and we actually see those items right here. We're actually looping through. Okay, and we see the icons. So we are outputting the icons. So after this div right here, we'll create a h3 tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text of XL, font of semi-bold, text of white, and margin bottom of 3. And then inside this h2, we're going to have the feature dot the title. Okay, and then we're going to have a paragraph tag. You're simply just going to have a Tailwind class of first gray 400, and then in here we're going to output the future dot the description. I'll save that, and we should actually see these items and they look really good. Now we'll go to small screen device. They are fully responsive. Okay, great job. So after this div, we're going to wrap this up. We're going to create another div. So there's going to be mission statement. I'll just comment this off. And then I create a div. This is going to have a Tailwind class of BG linear to white. It's going to be a linear gradient to the right hand side, not the left hand side, to the right hand side. It's going to start from slate 800. The gradient is going to start from slate 800, then to purple 900. Okay, I just reduce the opacity, and then give this content a rounded of XL. I use 2XL. Padding of 8 for medium screens and above. Give it a padding of 12. And the text of center. Okay, in here we're going to have a h3 tag. I'm going to say our mission. Then I'm going to add some styles to this h3 tag. Give it a text of 2XL for medium screens and above. Give it a text of 3XL, a font of bold, a text of white, and margin bottom of 6. After this h3 tag, we're going to create a paragraph tag. That paragraph is going to have this paragraph in there. Then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. Do a text gray of 300, a text of LG, MX of Author, and a maximum width of 4XL, like that. And we actually get that mission statement right here. Okay, so now we are done with the about section, so we can start working on the fact section. So for that, I'll create another component right here. Inside this homepage folder, I'll create another component. I'll call this fact section dot CSS. In here, I'm going to create a section. The ID is going to be fact. Okay, create a div in here. Give this div a Tailwind class of container, MX of auto, PX of 4, and a maximum width of 4XL. Okay, and then we have to actually add the header. So I just go to the about section and get that from the about section. I just copy this header right here and just paste that right here. Okay, so obviously we're actually going to change this. So instead of about rest message is going to be frequently asked questions. Okay, instead of this text inside this p tag, we're going to have this right here. So I'll save that. We have to actually import this in our home page. So right here, just import the fac section. Save that, head back to the web page, and we should see that right here, frequently asked questions. Okay, now for these frequently asked questions, we actually have to output an array. So okay, we're going to have an array of questions and answers, which we are going to find in the fac section component in the source code. We're just going to output that up here. Okay, you can see all the questions, all the facts, questions, and answers we actually want to map through in this page. After this header right here, I'll just wrap this up down here. I'm going to create a fac grid. Just call it a fac grid. Then I'll create a div. I give this a Tailwind class of specs y of 6. Okay, and then in here we're going to say facts dot want to map through the facts array that we just outputted up here. So facts dot map. Anytime we map through, we're going to call each of it a fac, and then we're going to return a gxx. It's going to have a div, and this div is going to have a key that's going to be index. Okay, and we can get the index from here. Just get out the index of each of the item in the list. Add some Tailwind classes to this div right here. Give it a bg slate of 800, a rounded of xl, a padding of 6, and over I'll give it a bg slate of 700, a transition of colors. I give it a border, and the border colors will be border slate of 700. Okay, inside this div, you want to output h3 tag. In here, we're going to have a span that's going to be capital Q, and then we're going to have the fac dot question. We'll give the h3 tag a Tailwind class of text of XL, a font of semi-bold, a text of white, margin bottom of 3, display of flex, and items of center. And then for the span, I'll give it a Tailwind class of text first care of 500, a margin right of 3. I want to have a shrink of 0. I'll just format this document. I'll save that. Now when we head to the web page, we should actually see those Q and those questions right here. Okay, do I need to wear any special device? Is my sleep data private and secure? Okay, so next, after the h3 tag, I'm going to add the paragraph tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class text gray 400 and margin left of 8. Margin left of 8. The inside this paragraph tag, we're also going to have a span. It's simply going to be A, which simplifies answer. Then I have some Tailwind classes to this. Do a test first care of 500, a margin right of 2, and the font of semi-bold. After the span, I'm going to output the fac dot answer. Save that, and we actually see these items right here, and they look really, really good. Okay, we have the question, then we have the answer for the fact section. Now after that, I'm going to wrap this up, or wrap this div up. After that, I'm going to have another div down here. This one is going to be for when the users still have questions. Still have questions. Spell that questions correctly. And then you will create a div. This is going to have a Tailwind class of text of center, margin top of 16. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div that's going to have a Tailwind class bg linear to white. It's going to start from slate 800 to purple 900 divided by 30, rounded of 2XL, padding of 8, and for medium screens and above, we're going to have a padding of 12. Then inside this div, I want to create a H3 tag. I'm going to say still have questions. There are some Tailwind classes to this. We'll give it a text of 2XL. For medium squares and above, we'll give it a text of 3XL. A font of bold, a text of white, and MX of Auth. After this H3 tag, I'll create a paragraph tag. As I have this paragraph text in there, I can't find the answer you're looking for. Please chat with our friendly team. There are some Tailwind classes to this. We'll give it a text of LG, a text gray of 300, a margin bottom of 6, maximum width of 2XL, and MX of Auth. I'll save that and we should be able to see that right here. Still have questions. Okay, but the H3 tag is too close to the paragraph tag, so I'll just give the H3 tag a margin bottom of 6. Okay, yeah, this is way better. And then after this paragraph tag, I'll create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it a display of flex, a flex of column. Then for small screens and above, for large screens, we'll give it a flex of row, a gap of 4 and a justify, gap of 4 and a justify of center. In here, I'm going to have 2 buttons. The first button is going to say contact, support, and then I'm going to have a Tailwind class of BG Foursquare. I'll do 600 this time. And over, give it a BG Foursquare 700. I'll give it a text of white, a PX of 8, a padding vertical of 2, a padding vertical of 3, a rounded of full, font of semi-bold, and transition colors. I'll save that. And we actually see that button right here, contact support. And after this, I'm going to create another button. After this button, I'll create another button. This one is going to say send email. I'll give this a Tailwind class, border 2, border color, border gray 600, and over, I'll give this a PG Foursquare of 500. Then also for on over, I'll give the text Foursquare of 500. On over, I'll give the border a Foursquare of 500, and also on over, I'll give the text Foursquare of 500. Text gray 300, PX of 8, PY of 3, rounded of 4, font semi-bold, finally transition of colors. Okay, save that, and we should be able to see the second button right here. When we hover on this, you see that little cool over effect. Great. And I want to check this on mobile device. This is going to look fully responsive, and you can see how good this web application is actually looking. Really good. So next, we're going to create the contact section. So I'll just create a new component. I'll go to homepage folder. I'll create a new file called contact section.tsx rfc, and then we just have to import this component in our homepage. So down here, I'll say contact section like that. Inside this contact section, I want to create a section. I give this an ID of contact. Okay, spell that correctly. Inside this section, I'm going to create a div, give it a Tailwind class of container, MX of Auth, and a PX of 6. Okay, in here, first of all, I'm going to actually output the header for this section right here. So I just get that from the fact section, this header right here. I'll just output that right here. I obviously have to actually update this. Instead of frequently add, it's going to be get in. Then this one is going to be touch, get in touch. Okay. And then for the paragraph tag, we're going to have this right here. Okay. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I'll actually get that right here. Okay. But it's too close to this other section. So what I'm going to do in this section, I'll give it a Tailwind class of py20 with a padding vertical of 20. And this actually looks way better. Great job. Now after this header, so I'll just wrap up this header right here. After this header, we're going to create a div that's going to have a Tailwind class of grid. For large screens and above, we're going to do a grid cause of 2. Give it a gap of 12, a maximum width of 6 XL, and MX of 2, like that. And then inside this div, I'm going to say contact information, because this section is going to be divided into 2 parts. When we go to the final UI, you're going to notice that we're going to have this get in touch right here. They're going to have this left hand side and they're going to have this right hand side. The left hand side is going to be contact information. While we're going to have the form in the right hand side. Okay, so here we'll create a div. Inside this, we're going to have a h3 tag that's going to output contact information. Okay, give this h3 tag a Tailwind class, text of 2XL, a font of bold, text of white, and a margin bottom of 8. After this h3 tag, I'll create a div, and this div is going to represent the contact methods. Okay, and then I'll give you the Tailwind class of grid for small screen device and above with a grid cause of 2, a gap of 6, and margin bottom of 8. Then inside this div, I want to actually output the contact methods. So up here, we're going to output an array. We'll get rid of this import, paste that right here. Okay, now this array obviously is going to get in the source code, in the contact section component in the source code on GitHub. Okay, now it's going to be a contact method. It's going to have 4 objects in there that we're going to actually map through. So I import these icons. I import mail from Lucid React. I import phone. I import the map pin, and then also import the clock from Lucid React. Okay, and then in here you can map through that array. I'll say contact methods dot map. Anytime we iterate, you're going to call each of them a method, and don't get the index of each of them, and then we're just going to return a JXX. It's going to have this div in there. The div is going to have a key of the index. Okay, and then add some Tailwind classes to this div. Do a BG slate of 800, a rounded of XL, padding of 6, over of BG slate 700, transition of colors. Then I want to create a div. We're going to output the method.icon, and I add the Tailwind class to this. I give it a first gear 500 and the margin bottom of 4. I'll save that. Let's actually check out the output. So I'll go back to the web page, and we actually get the items actually looping through right here. Okay, get the icons. Great job. Now after this div, I'll create a h4 tag. I'm going to output the method.title here, and then we'll give this a Tailwind class of text white, a font of semi-bold, margin bottom of 2. After this h4, I'm going to output a paragraph tag, which is going to be actually display the method dot the details. Give this a Tailwind class of font medium, first gear of 400, margin bottom of 1, and then finally I'm going to put another paragraph tag that's going to be method.description. And then I'll give this a Tailwind class of test gray of 400 and a text of XM. Okay, just format this document to rearrange the code, save that, and when we go back to the web page, we actually get the items right here and they're looking really good. Okay, great. After this div, I'll just wipe this off. We're gonna have another div down here. We'll give this one a Tailwind class bg linear to white. It's going to start from slate 800 to purple 900. Okay, we'll use the opacity a bit with a rounded of 3xl, a padding of 6. Then you're going to have a h4 tag. I'm simply going to say y choose rest metrics. Okay, give this a Tailwind class of text of white, a font of semi-bold, and a margin bottom of 3. After this h4 tag, we're going to have another list. We'll give this a Tailwind class of text gray of 300, and a space y of 2. And you're going to put 4 li tags. These are going to be 247 customer support. Just drag this down multiple times. Next one is going to be sleep s parts available. The next one is going to be quick response time. Then the last one is going to be personalized assistance. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we get that right here. Okay, great. So after this contact information right here, I'm just going to wrap up this div. After this div, we'll create another div down here, which is going to be contact form. Okay. Then down here, create a div. This div is going to have a background of bg slate of 800, rounded of 2xl, and a padding of 8. Then inside this div, first of all, create a h3 tag. I'm going to have this test send us a message, and then the Tailwind classes are going to be text 2xl, font of bold, text of white, and a margin bottom of 6. I'll save that. Then you can actually check it out and see that right here, send us a message. Great. And this actually looks really good. And the title of the website is Modern Sleep Tracker. I think I made a mistake when I actually spelled that out. So I just go to the layout. Instead of Modern Sleep Tracker, I made a mistake here. It's going to be Modern Sleep Tracker. And also, I also made a mistake here. Modern Sleep Tracker. Tech. Okay. Yeah, that's actually correct now. So now we can actually work on creating the form for this contact form. Okay. So I'll go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll go to the contact section. After this h3 tag, I'm going to create a form tag. Get rid of this action. We don't need this. I'll give this form a Tailwind class of space y of 6. Okay. Then I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of grid. For small screens and above, I'll give it a grid cause of 2, then a gap of 6. Now inside this div content, I'll create another div. Inside this div I'm going to create a label. This label is going to be for the name field, and it's simply going to be full name. Okay, that's going to be the name of the label. And then I'm going to add a Tailwind class to this. With a test GUI 300, display of block, a margin bottom of 2. After this label, I'm going to create an input. The input is going to be of type test. The ID is going to be name to actually match with the label name. So this label is for this input right here. Okay, it's going to be required. The placeholder is going to be your name, and then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. First of all, we're going to give it a width of full, bg slate 700, give it a border, then the border color is going to be border slate, spell that slate correctly, of 600, rounded of LG, px of 4, py of 3, text of white, placeholder gray of 400. On focus, when the input is focused, I want it to have an outline of none, and also on focus, I want it to have a border of, I want the border to change to foresquare 500. Then finally, I give it a transition of colors. I'll save that. Let's actually check out the inputs, and we have that input right here. Now, when we focus on the input, you can see right now when we focus, it's going to have a border color of that foresquare color. Okay, great. So we can have the next one. I'll just copy this div right here. I'll just drag that down. This one is going to be label for email, and this one is going to be of type email. The ID has to be email to match the label, and this is going to be your email. And then I'll just save that, check out the output, and get these two inputs right here, your name and your email. Okay, so after this div right here, I'll give a display of grid. I'll just wipe this off. After that, I'm going to create another input, so I'll just copy one of these one we already did. I'll copy this one, wrap this up, and I'll just paste that down here. Okay, this one is going to be the subject of your message. Subject placeholder is going to be what's this about. Okay, and then the ID has to match with the, I'll say, subject. Also change the label subject. Okay, save that. Go back to the web page and see right now this input is underneath here. Okay, now the reason these ones are close to each other is because we gave the container that wraps around them a display of grid and a grid cost of 2 for big screens. Okay, now when we take these two small screen device, you're going to notice that they are going to have a grid cost of 1. Okay, each of them are going to occupy the entire row. Okay, but for last screen device, we want them to be side by side. Okay, that's how we place them inside this grid container right here. Okay, and finally I'll just drag this down. Now this one is not going to be an input, this one is going to be a test area. So I'll say test area. Okay, get rid of this type of test, it's no longer needed. Then the ID is going to be message, then it's going to be message. Then right here we can change this one to message. Then for the placeholder, I'll simply just say tell us how we can help. Okay, I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get that test area right here. We have to actually add some additional steps to this to actually make this look better, because this is a test area, not an input like this other 3 above. Okay, we'll give this a resize of none to ensure we cannot resize the text area. And finally, I'm going to add an attribute to this test area called rows. Okay, and for the rows, I'm going to say I want 5 rows. Okay, and that's going to ensure it's going to stretch down. Okay, so the higher value we place 50, it's going to stretch downward. Okay, so the higher the value, the higher the height of the input. Okay, so I just want 5 rows. Great, so now we can create the submit button. So after these 2 inputs, I just wrap this up, wrap the test area up. Down here, we can create a submit button. Inside this button, we're going to have an icon called send. I'll get that from Lucid React. Then I'll give it a size of 20. Then I have a text in here called send message. Okay, so next I'm going to add some classes to this. A width of full, a bg foresquare of 600, and hover. When someone hovers on the button, you want to give it a bg foresquare of 700, a text of white, a font of semi-bold, padding vertical of 4, rounded of LG, transition of colors, display of flex, items, center, justify, center, and a gap of 2. I'll save that, go back to the web page, and we actually get the submit button right here. I'll just give this a cursor of pointer. Then I'll just give it a cursor of pointer. Like that. Way better. So now we have the contact form and the contact information. Okay. So finally, we're going to actually create the footer. So I'll create a footer component. Create a new component called footer.tsx. RFC. Get rid of this import. Then in the home section, I'll just call that footer. Like that. Okay. And inside this footer, I'm going to return a footer tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class of border top. The border color is going to be border slate of 800 and the padding vertical of 6. Okay, inside this footer tag, I'm going to create a div. I'll give it a Tailwind class of container, mx of auto, px of 6, then a text of center. Okay, in here I want to create another div. Give this div a Tailwind class of flex of column. For small screens and above, I'm going to do the flex of row, item center, justify center, gap of 4, test query of 400, and a text of XM. Okay, then in here, I'm going to create a span. It's going to be ampersand copy, because it's going to be an HTML entity. Then you have to get the current year. So up here, I'm going to say const current year. It's going to be equals to new date dot get full year. Okay, and then we can just put that variable right here, current year. Okay, so at copyright current year rest metrics or whites reserved, and a full stop here. I'll save that, head out to the web page, and we'll actually get that right here, copyright 2025 rest metrics. Okay, so I'm basically done with the home page, okay, the landing page of this website. So when we go to small screen device, you're going to notice that this is actually fully responsive. It's going to look good on all screen devices, okay, and our mobile menu is actually working for small screen devices. Okay, so next we're going to actually create the auth pages UI, the sign in page and the sign up pages. So inside this app folder, I'll create a new folder. I'm going to call this protected. Okay, and the reason I'm using brackets for this folder is because I don't want this protected to show in the URL. Okay, and then inside this protected folder, I'll create another folder called login. Then inside this login, I'm going to create a new page. I call it page.tsx. RFC. I'll just call this login page. Then we can get rid of this import right here. Now, this login page is simply just going to return a component called login component. Okay, obviously we're going to get an error. We've not created this component, so let's actually create that. So I'll go to components folder, I'll create another folder. I'll call this auth. Then inside this auth folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'll call this file login component.tsx. RFC. Then in here, you just import that login component. Okay, that we won't go to the login page, just going to return this login component right here. And now we can actually make use of the use client directive inside this login component without actually making our login page a client component. Okay, great job. Now, when we head over to the web page and click on this right here, it's going to be /login. It's going to take us to the login page, and we actually see that login component right here in the login page. Okay, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give this div, give it a Tailwind class of hscreen, display of flags, items of center, justify of center, px of 4, py of 8. Okay, and in here we're going to create a div that's going to have a Tailwind class of maximum width of MD and a width of full. Okay, and after that we're going to have a div down here which is going to represent the header of the login component. Let's call it header, comment it off, and then in here I give you a text of center, margin bottom of 8, and then in here we'll create a h1 tag that's going to say welcome back. I'll give it a Tailwind class of text of 2XL, a font of bold, a text of white, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, and after the h1 tag, create a paragraph tag. We're going to have this right here, sign into your sleep tracker account. Then I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of text gray of 400. Okay, I'll save that. I head back to the login page. I actually see that right here. Welcome back, then sign into your sleep tracking account. Okay, great. So I'm just going to wrap this up. After this header div, we're going to create the sign in card right here. Okay, so now here I create a div, the Tailwind class, rounded of 2XL, a border. The border color is going to be border slits 700 and a padding of 8. Now first of all, in here I'm going to create a button. This button is going to have an image in here, and this image is going to point to this right here, this image right here. Image is this google.png. okay, because this is going to be a sign in with Google button, and then the src is going to be go into the images folder /images /google.png, like that. And after that, we're going to have continue with Google. Okay, and then the button, we're going to give the button some Tailwind classes, and we're getting an error. I just specified the auth test, which is going to be Google icon. Okay, the button is going to have a width of full, a BG gray of 200. So I spell that gray correctly. A BG gray of 200, thirst gray of 900, a padding vertical of 3, padding horizontal of 4, rounded of LG, transition of colors, display of flags, items of center, justify of center, gap of 3, margin bottom of 3, and a cursor of pointer. Now give this image a fill property and give it a Tailwind class of width 6 and height of 6. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we have this image. You can actually see the image, but it's so large. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of this fill property. Now instead of this fill property, I'll just give it a width. Give it a width of 50. I'm going to give it a height. I just have to go the width and height of 50. Okay, save that, and we should actually see the icon right here. Okay, great. So after this login button with Google down here, we're going to create a divider, create a div here. I give this div a Tailwind class of relative, a margin bottom of 6. Okay, now in here we'll create a div that's going to have a Tailwind class of absolute, insert 0, display of flex and items of center. Inside this div, I'll create yet another div. We're going to have a Tailwind class of width of full, border of top, and the border color is going to be border slate of 600. Okay, so after this div, I'll create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of relative flex, justify center, and text of XM. Inside this, I'm going to create a span. I'm going to have this text or continue with email. I'm going to add some styles to this span. I'll give it a padding horizontal of 2, a BG slate of 800, and a text gray of 400. Okay, I'll save that. And we actually see that right here. Okay, or continue with email. We have that divider right here. I'll just add a margin at the top to increase it a bit. I'll just give it a margin top of 4. Save that. Yeah, I think it's a bit better. So after this divider, I'm going to create the login form. So I want to close up this divider div. Then down here, say login form. Then down here, I'll create a div, or better instead, I'll create a form tag. Get rid of this action. I'll give this form a Tailwind class of space y of 4. Okay. Then I'll create a div that will have a Tailwind class of margin vertical of 8. Then inside this div, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of relative and a margin vertical of 4. And we're going to have an input, so we can actually get the input from this form right here we created. Okay, we can get the input from this right here. Just get one of these input we created right here. I'll just get this one. I'll just copy this one. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'll save that and we should be able to see the input right here. Okay, we just have to change the placeholder. Change the placeholder to enter your email. Enter your email. Then before this input, I'll add an icon called mail. I'll get that from Lucid React. I'll give it a Tailwind class of absolute. We're going to position it absolute to this on this div right here. A left of 3, a top of half. I'll give you a transform property with a negative translate y of 1/2, and then give it a text gray of 400. Finally, a width of 5 and a height of 5. I'll save that and we should actually see the icon right here. Okay, the icon is actually there, but we have to actually add a padding to the input so that we can actually see it. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the horizontal padding we already have, which is this px of 4. I'll do a padding right of 4 and a padding left of 10. I'll save that. That should ensure right here we have that right here. Okay, great. I can actually see the icon properly now. So what we basically added a padding of 10 to the left hand side of this input. Okay, so you can actually see the icon properly. So I want to create another input. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this right here and just drag this down. Okay, and for this one, the placeholder is going to say enter your email, it's going to enter your password like that. And then for the icon, it's going to be lock. I just get that from Lucid React. Save that, head back to the web page, and we actually have the second input right here. Enter your email, enter your password. So that's going to create the button to actually submit the login form. So I'll just close this up. So after this, I'll create a button right here. This button is giving us a sign in. We'll give it a Tailwind class with full BG first gear of 600, a text of white on over BG first gear 700, font of semi-bold py of 3, px of 4, rounded of lg, a transition of colors. Okay, save that. I actually get that sign up button right here. Okay, so I just give it a cursor of pointer. Yeah, now after the form tag, we're going to create a div. Give this div a Tailwind class of text of center, padding top of 6, padding top of 6, border of top, and the border color of slate 700. Inside this div, I'm going to create a paragraph tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of first gray 400. And then in here, you're going to have this text, don't have an account. Now, when we make use of this right here directly, it's going to actually throw an error when we try to build this application. Okay, so we have to make use of HTML entity. So instead of that, I'm going to say ampersand APOS. And this is simply going to do the same thing that I was actually doing, but this is the actual correct way to actually do it in React. I want to add a space here. After that, I'll create a link tag. I'll get that from next link. The href is going to go to the sign in page, which is going to be the sign up page. Okay, and then in here, we're simply going to put sign up. Okay, and then I'll give this link a Tailwind class of first care of 500 and the font of semi-bold. Save that, head back to the web page. I will actually see them right here. Okay, don't have an account, sign up. Now, when the user clicks on this sign up, it's going to take the user to the sign up page, which we've not created. So let's actually create the sign up page. So I just close this up. I'll go to SRC app. I'll go to protected. Inside this protected folder, I'll create another folder called sign up. Okay, and inside this sign up folder, I'm going to create a new page, page.tsx. RFC, and I just change this to sign up page like that. Okay, and then we have to create the sign up component. So I'll go to components of, I'll create a new component right here. I'll call this sign up component.tsx RFC. And then all we just have to do, get rid of this, all we just have to do is just put that sign up component, and we found that sign up component right here in the sign up page, just like we did with the sign in components, sign up component like that. Okay, so now when the user clicks on the sign up page, it's going to take the user to the sign up page, and you can see the sign up component right here. Great. Now for the sign up component, we are simply going to have similar styles with what we have in the sign in component, so this login component. So I just copy the GXS we have here. I just copy everything we have here. Then I'll just paste that in here. Okay, obviously we have to actually import the icon, get that from Lucid React. I also get the link from Next link, get this mail icon from Lucid React, and then also get this image from Next image. Okay, great. And then we just have to update some items. Instead of welcome back, we're going to have right here create accounts. Create accounts. Then instead of this right here, I'll just get rid of this. It's going to be sign up to start tracking your sleep. I'll save that, go back to the web page, and we actually have that create account, sign up to start tracking your sleep. And we have the Google login button right here. Now we're going to have one additional input right here for the user's name when the user wants to actually sign up with a new account. So we're going to say, where's that input right here? I'm just going to copy one input here. I'll just drag that down. And this one is going to have a placeholder of enter your name. Okay, and then down here we can just update all this. Instead of don't have an account, we're going to have already have an account. So if you already have an account, just sign in. And then it's going to go to the sign in or login page. And then this is going to be sign in. Okay. And then the both things are not going to be sign in, it's going to be sign up. As if that's yeah. I'm going to click on the sign in page. It's going to take us to the sign in page. Click on it, it's going to take us to the sign up page. Great job. And then I just change the icon for this one here. I change the icon to user. Get that from Lucid React. Okay, so with that, we are done with the UI for the sign up and the sign in page. So next, we're going to start actually working on actually implementing authentication in this project. Okay, so to do that, first of all, we have to actually set up Supabase. So I'm going to head over to supabase.com. Now, if you've not created an account with Supabase, you can actually do that. It's actually free to create a new account with Supabase. Okay, and right now I'm already logged in, so I'm just going to click on dashboard to head over to my dashboard. Now, after clicking it, it's going to show you which organization you actually want to view the dashboard of. Now, right now, I have one organization that is on a free plan, which is Egbon Tech. I actually create a new organization. Now, when I click on this organization, you can see I have just one project in a sleep tracker. So I want to create a new project. I click on new project. So obviously, the organization we're going to create this project in is going to be the Egbon Tech organization that I set to free, to the free plan. And then the project name is going to be Sleep Tracker Egbon Tech. Okay, and then you have to actually generate a password. Just generate a password, and then we have to select a region. Now the region is going to be a region that's closer to you, the server that's actually closer to you. Now these are the options we have. We have West US, Oregon, East US. We have Canada. We have West Europe, London. Okay. So for all these servers right now, the closest server to my region is actually this West Europe, Paris, which I'm actually going to select. Okay, then I'm going to click on create new project. Now, after the project is created, the most important thing right now is going to be this API key and this project URL right now. Okay, because this is how we're going to connect our project to this Supabase project we just created right here. So I'm going to head back to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to actually install Supabase. So I'll just open up this terminal. Then now I'm going to say npm install. I'll just copy this right here. I want to install Supabase. So I'll copy this. npm install at Supabase/Supabase.js. I'll click on enter. So after that's the install, I'm going to close up this terminal right here. And I head to package.json. And we should actually see that right here at Supabase.js. Okay, great. So now we have to actually set up our project and connect this project to the Supabase project we created. Okay, so the first thing we have to do, we have to set up our environment variables. So I'll just create a new file. Inside the root folder, I'll create a file. I call this file .env. Okay, and then in here I'll say next public Supabase URL is going to be equals to, and then down here we'll say next public Supabase anon key. Okay, and then we can head over to Supabase and we can actually copy that. You can see the Supabase project URL right here. I'll just copy that, the project URL, Supabase URL, I'll paste that right here. And then we can copy the amon key or the amon public or API key. I'll copy this and I'll paste that right here. Okay, now the reason I'm using env to actually set these variables because I don't want these keys to be pushed to GitHub when we actually push this code to GitHub. Okay, and now to actually set this up, we have to create a new folder. I'll call this folder lib, and inside this lib folder I'm going to create a file supabase.ts. Okay, and basically we want to do what's done in this documentation right here. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll just paste that right here. Instead of hard coding this, I'm going to copy the environment variables already set. I'll go back there. I'll just copy this right here, the next public Supabase URL. I'll paste that right here. So I'm simply going to say process.env thought. I'll paste that, the next public Supabase URL. Okay, and then we can actually get rid of these two, and then we can copy the amount key, the next public amount key. And I'll paste that right here. Ignore the TypeScript error. So we've actually set up Supabase, okay? But the problem is that we've created the Supabase instance, but we cannot actually use it anywhere in our application. To be ensured that we can make use of this Supabase instance to actually query and add data and actually insert data to our Supabase database, we simply just going to export this instance, say export, okay? That way we can make use of this Supabase instance anywhere in our application. Great. So I'll close this up and I'll close this up. So we've actually set up Supabase. So next, we're going to start working on registering a new user in this application. So I'm going to go to SRC component, go to Auth, and go to sign up component. Okay, great. First, we have to make this sign up component a client component. We're going to make use of state in here. So up here, I'm going to make use of use client directive. Okay, and up here, create a state const message set message is going to be equals to use state. Okay, and by default this is going to be an empty string, and then I'll create another state const form data set form data is going to be equals to use state. And this state is going to be an object that's going to have a name value, a name key, which is going to be, the value is going to be an empty string by default. Then I have an email value, which is going to be an empty string by default. And finally, it's going to have a password that's going to be by default an empty string. Okay, so next, what we're going to do, we're going to connect these states to our input so we can actually handle the change event for our input. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down. I'll just format this, rearrange this a bit. Then for this one right here, I'll say this value of this input is going to be our form data dot name, and then on change, I want to run a function called handle change. Okay, so obviously we've not created this function, so let's do that up here. So that way, anytime we tap on this input, it's going to actually update our state and set this state to whatever we have in this input. So I'm going to scroll and actually create the handle change function. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'll paste that right here. Handle change is going to be equals to an arrow function. And this function is going to take an event that's going to be a react dot change event. Okay, it's going to be HTML input element like that, and then in here we're going to actually set form data. Now remember that when we want to modify values inside an object, we have to actually spread up the object. So I'll say dot 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 form data, and then down here we're going to say event dot target dot the name, and I'm going to set that to event dot target dot the value. Okay, so what this is going to do is that since we have three inputs, name, email, and password, when we run handle change and run this set form data for this name field, what's going to happen is it's going to set the event. You're going to get the event dot target dot name of the field, and it's going to set it to event dot target dot value. Okay, so down here we're just going to specify that this input is going to have a name of name. Okay, I'll just use full name so it doesn't conflict with the function we just created, full name, and then right here I'll say dot full name, and then up here instead of having this state as name, I'll just say full name. Okay, great. And then we can do the same thing for the other input. So I'll just copy this right here, I'll paste that right here. Okay, then this is going to be form data dot email, and then the name is going to be email. Okay, and then we also paste that right here. This is going to be form data dot password, and then the name is going to be password. Okay, let's format this. So now we've successfully handled the input. Now we have to actually handle for when a user actually submits the form. So up here, I'll create a function called const handle submit. It's going to be equal to an arrow function that's going to take an event. That's going to be a react.form event. And first of all, we have to prevent the default behavior of the form. So the event.prevent default. Okay, you have to prevent the form from being submitted, because by default, forms in HTML or JSS get submitted. Okay, so we have to prevent the default form information. So if I take this off, I head back to the web page and I try to go to the sign up page and I type something here and I type something here and I also type something here. Now, when I click on sign up, you're going to notice that the form gets submitted and the page is actually refreshed. So we don't want the page to be refreshed. Okay, so that's why we are using this event.prevent default. That way, when we hook up this handle submit function to the form, it's going to prevent the default behavior of submitting the form and refreshing the web page. Now, after that, what I simply want to do, I want to adjust console.log form data, so we know that the form are being handled correctly. So now I'm going to copy this handle submit function. I'm going to hook it up to the form, okay, which is going to fire when the form is submitted. So I'm going to say on submit, then I'll just paste that right here, handle on the handle submit function. I'll save that. Now this actually tells this out. So I'm going to say name, I'll use Emmanuel, then email, I'll use egbon@gmail.com, then password, I'll use something random. I'll just go to my console so we can actually see that log to the console. I'll go to console, I'll clear it up, I'll click on sign up, and we actually get that form data right here. You can see right now we have the name, the email, the full name, and the password, which means we've successfully handled the form. Okay, so I can actually make an attempt to actually send this to our Supabase database, okay, so our Supabase backend. So I just get rid of this. Instead of logging the data, we're going to actually send it to Supabase. But first of all, we're going to do some little validation. I'm going to check if no form data dot full name, or if no form data dot email, or if no form data dot password. So basically we are checking if any of these inputs are empty. Now if that is true, any of this is empty, we're going to set our message state, set the message state to all fields are required, and then we just simply stop executing the code. So just return, break it right here. Okay, great. So if any of this is true, that the full name is empty or the email is empty, any of these fields are empty, we set our message state to all fields are required, then we just return. Okay, so now we have to actually output a feedback to the UI so that the user knows that they have to actually fill all the inputs. Underneath this opening form tag, I'm going to create a paragraph tag. I'm going to output the message right here. Okay, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class of BG Fosca of 600, a text of white, padding vertical of 1, margin bottom of 4, font of semi-bold, and the text of center. Okay, now I want to save this and head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we can actually see the paragraph tag right here because we applied a padding. So even if the state is not set, you can actually see that paragraph tag. But we only want to see this when the message state is set. Now, in other versions of React, if we wanted to do this, we could do something like this. We can do message, and then we can say we only want to render this message state if this is actually set. Okay, but there's actually a modern way to do this in React 19. So what we are going to do, we're going to head over to the React documentation, react.dev, and then I'm just going to search for a property called activity. Now this is something actually new in React, so I just search for activity and click on this right here, and you can see that we have an activity component right here that is going to help us to render items to the UI based on if a state is set or not. So what I'm going to do, I'll just copy this right here, I'll paste that underneath this right here. Okay, so obviously we don't have any sidebar. What we want to output is going to be this paragraph tag right here. Okay, I'll paste that right here. Now I'm going to get activity from React, and then instead of this is showing sidebar, the state we want to actually monitor is going to be the message state. Okay, and this is going to actually help us watch when this state is actually set. Now, if the state is actually set, we have something in this message state, then we're going to render this. Okay, it's going to be visible, else it's going to be hidden from the viewport. I'll save that. So now we have validation. Can get rid of this HTML validation required. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. And I'll get rid of this. Okay, I'll save that. Now, when we head back to the web page, I'll go back to our project. You can see that we can't see the paragraph tag. We only see that when the message is actually displayed, all fields are required. Great. So now I'll go back to the web page. Now, after the validation, we have to actually send this data to our Supabase backend. So down here, I'll say send data to Supabase. Okay. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await. And since we're making use of await in this function, we have to make this an async function. Okay. I'm going to await. I'll get Supabase. Remember, we created a Supabase instance inside our lib folder. Okay, this Supabase instance right here. Okay, so we're going to import this Supabase instance right here. Then I want to say .auth. I want to sign up a new user. .sign up. The email of the user is going to be form data .email, and then the password of the user is going to be form data .password. Okay, and these are the two fields we are allowed to actually insert to Supabase who want to register a new user. But we have one more field. We have a name. We have a full name field right here, which is going to represent the user's full name. So how do we pass that? We're going to make use of options in Supabase that allows us to add additional values. Okay, so I'll say options data, say full. I'll call it full name. It's going to be form data full name. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to say if we have to actually destructure the result we are going to get. So I'm going to destructure add the error and check if we get an error. So I'll say if error, then I'll set the message to error.message. Okay, as I'm going to say router. I have not created a router instance because when a user signs on successfully, we want to map the user to the dashboard. So up here, I'll create a new router instance. I'll say const router. It's going to be equals to use router. And we're going to get that from Next navigation, not Next router, Next navigation. Okay, get router from Next/navigation. And then down here, we're simply going to say router.replace. We want to take the user to /dashboard, which we obviously don't have. We don't have this page right now. Okay, so it's going to throw a 4. But obviously, when the user signs up and is successful, it's going to take the user to the dashboard page. So let's test this out. So I'll just say full name Egbon Emmanuel. Then enter your email. Spell that Emmanuel correctly. Then enter your email egbon@gmail.com. Then password 0000000. Okay. Then just click on sign up. And we have an error. Email address egbon@gmail.com is invalid. Now, the reason we're actually getting this error is because this email is not actually a valid email. This is just a random email I'm just using to actually register. Okay. Now, if you actually use your own email or a valid email that actually exists, that Supabase can actually check it's actually a valid Gmail, then it's actually going to work. Now, since this is a tutorial and we're in development, I'm just using a dummy Gmail. Okay. Now, to ensure we can make use of dummy email in the development process, I'm going to head back to Supabase. So I'm going to go to hover on this sidebar here, go to authentication, and then we're going to go to sign in/providers. Okay, and then you can see right here confirm email. Okay, so we have to actually turn off this confirm email. So I just turn this off. I'll click on save changes. So now we'll be able to make use of any dummy email to actually sign up to Supabase. So I head back to the project. Now I'm going to click on sign up again. and it's going to take us to a dashboard, okay, which means the user has successfully signed up. So let's go back to Supabase, and now we're going to go over to authentication. In our authentication table, I'll just refresh this table. We should see a new user right here, Igbo Emmanuel, igbo@gmail.com, and the providers the user used for signing up was the email provider. Great job. Okay, so I'll click on sign in. Now I can actually work on actually signing in a user. So we're going to have similar states we have right here. So I just copy the states right here, copy this, also copy the router. Then I'll go to my login component, and this is already a client component. So up here, I just paste those states right here. Okay, and then I'll get next router from next navigation. I want to get state from React. And obviously, we're not going to need the full name. We only need the email and password for this component. And we also have to handle this right here. So I just go to the sign up component. I'll copy this handle change function we created. Then I'll just paste that here. And then for each of the inputs, I want to say this one is going to have a value of form data.email. And then on change, we want the function handle change. Okay, as the handle change function we have up, and then the name of this input is going to be email. Okay, so just copy this and do this for the second input for the password input. So I'll just paste that right here. The value is going to be form data dot password, and then handle change function. Then the name of the input is going to be password. Okay, so we've actually handled the input for this login component. So now we have to create the function to actually submit the form. So we can say cons handle submit. It's going to be equals to an async function. Okay, and this is going to take an event that's going to be of the React dot form event. Okay, and then in here, because the event dot prevent the default behavior of the form. And as usual, we have to actually validate this. So I just copy this validation right here. I'll paste that right here. And we don't have a full name state, so I'll get rid of that. So we're going to check if the email is not set, if the user didn't type an email or the user didn't type a password, then we're going to say all fields are required. So we can actually copy the activity up here. I just copy where's our activity, copy this activity we have here, and I'll just paste that underneath this open form tag, and then we have to import the activity from React format, and then we just hook up the onSubmit handler to this form. So onSubmit, we want the function handle submit. Okay, great. Now inside this handle submit, you can actually make a request to Supabase. So down here, I'm going to actually log in the user. Okay, now to do that is very simple. Say cons from the structure what we're going to get is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Supabase dot auth dot sign in with password. And now this is going to take two values. It's going to take an email. You have to pass in the email, which is going to be form data dot email. I'm also going to take in a password. I have to pass in a password, which is going to be our form data dot the password value. Okay, and then we can destructure out the error to check if we have an error. So I'm going to say if there's an error, we're going to set our message to error dot the message from the error. Okay, else we'll just warp the user to the dashboard. So I'll just copy this. We'll just warp the user through the dashboard. Okay, I'll save that. Now I'll go back to the web page. Now when I click on sign in, it's going to say, oh, we have that required on the input. Let's just get rid of that so we can actually see the validation in action. So I'll just get rid of this required right here. Now click on sign up, and you can see that all fields are required. And then I'm going to type in a wrong email that doesn't match the email we actually registered with. So I'll say e@gmail.com. Then password, I'll just do something random. Okay. Now click on sign in, and we get invalid login credentials. Okay, now when we actually attempt to log in with the email we registered with and the correct password 0000000, okay, now click on sign in. It's going to actually send in the user. Okay, great job. Now just create the dashboard page so we'll stop getting this 4 error. So I'll just close all this up. I'll go to SRC app protected. Inside this protected, I'm going to create a folder called dashboard. Inside this dashboard folder, I'll create a file called page.txx rfc. I'll just call this dashboard page. I'll save that. I should actually see that dashboard page right here. I'll just refresh this. I'll actually see it right here. Dashboard page. Okay. Now I just noticed something that we're actually placing the login and sign up page inside this protected folder. We're supposed to have this in its own folder, okay? Because these protected folder are for routes that we don't want the user to be able to actually see when you're not authenticated. So I'll create another folder inside this folder. It's going to be open bracket, auth, and close bracket. Then I'll just cut this off. I'll cut this sign up page. I'll paste that in this folder, okay? And then I'll update the import. And the same thing with this login page. I'll cut that off. I'll paste that in this folder right here. And I'll just update. And I'll just update this validator. I'm getting an error right here. /auth. Oh, just add a closing quotation right here. Okay, great. Since we actually modified the route, save. Okay, save that. Close up this validator ts. Great. So now we have let's close. Now we have these auth pages inside your own auth folder right here. We have protect this dashboard inside this protected folder. Now the auth pages are still going to work. When we go over to sign up, it's still going to work accordingly. Okay, no problem. Yeah, we're not going to get any errors. Okay, it's not going to work fine. Now let's actually work on protecting routes now. Okay, because when a user is not authenticated, we don't want the user to actually see this dashboard page. Okay, we only want the user to see this dashboard page if they actually logged into the application. So what we're going to do is let's just get rid of this. We're going to create a custom hook. I'll create a new folder called custom hooks. Inside this custom hook folder, I'm going to create a hook called use session.ts. In here, we're simply going to say export const. I'll call this use user session. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. I'm going to create toState const session. Then set session is going to be equal to the use state hook from React. And by default, this is going to be null. Okay, so we have to specify this session type. This session is going to be of type null. Either the session is null or it's going to be of type session, which we are going to get from at Supabase.js. We're going to import this session type from Supabase.js. And after that, down here, we can say const. I'll create another state called loading. Set loading is going to be equal to use states. Okay, and by default this is going to be true. And then down here we're going to say const router. I'll create a router instance going to be equal to use router, which we're going to get from next navigation. So after this state, we're going to create a use effect hook. We want to actually use a side effect. Pass in a dependency. Then you'll create a function const fetch session. It's going to be equal to an async function. Inside this function, I'm going to say const. And the structure what we're going to get is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Supabase.auth.get the session of the logged in user .get session. After getting the user session, then we're going to set our session state to, and the structure out the data, and from the data I'm going to structure out the session. Now set our session state to the session we are getting from the Supabase. And then we're going to set loading to false. Okay. Now, when a user is not authenticated, we want the user to be routed to the sign in page, okay, to the login page. So after this, I'm going to say if no session, if a user is not logged in, then we'll router dot replace send the user to / the login page. Okay, and then we have to call this function. So down here, I just say call the fetch session function. Okay, but we are not actually done yet. Now, when a user logs in, we don't have any way to listen for the changes in the user session. Okay, so that we can update our session state. So to do that, after this function, down here, I'm going to say const, or the structure of what we're going to get is going to be equals to Supabase.auth.onState. That's when the auth state changes. I get the event, which is going to be an unused variable, and then I get the new session. In here, I'm going to set our session state for when the session is updated. I'll send this session state to the new session. Okay, so whenever a user logs in or logs out, this state is actually going to update accordingly. I'm going to listen for the changes, and then now I'm going to say if no new session, if the session becomes null, okay, which means if the user logs out, then we want to route the user to the login page. So I just copy this and I'll paste that right here. And then we'll structure the data, and from the data, we're going to structure the subscription. Okay. And since we are making use of router, we can pass this as a dependency to this right here as a dependency, because we are making use of this router inside this user-fed hook. Now, we are not done yet. Now, when you are making use of user-fed hook and you are using event listeners, you're adding an event listener, or you're adding a subscription, you always have to return a cleanup for when the components are mouse, because when the components are mouse, you want to actually remove the event listener or unsubscribe. So down here, we're going to say return when the components are mouse. We want to return our function that's going to fire subscription. That's the subscription we are getting up here. Run unsubscribe from that subscription. Okay, great. And then finally, after this user-fed hook, we're just going to return an object that's going to have a session in there and also the loading state. So anytime we call this custom hook, we're going to have access to the session and the loading state. I'll format this. I'll save that. Now we can actually make use of hook inside a client component, and I don't want to make this dashboard a client component. Okay, so what we are going to do is that we're going to actually return a component right here that we're going to call dashboard component. Okay, so we can just create this dashboard component right here. I'll just copy this name. I'll go to components, dashboard. In here, I'll create a new file that we're going to call dashboard component.tsx rfc. Great. Then right here, we just import that dashboard component. This dashboard page is just going to return the dashboard component. And then inside this dashboard component, we can actually make use of this, of the custom hook in here. Get rid of this. When we go back to the web, we can actually see obviously that we have the dashboard component right here. Okay, so we can actually make use of the hook in here. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use session or use user session from the use session hook. So the structure add the loading, and then with the structure add the session. Okay, and then we can simply see if there's a session, that's only when we want to return this right here. Okay, that's only when we want to return the dashboard component. Okay, we only want the user to see the dashboard if there's a session, and then we're going to say if loading, we just return a paragraph tag of loading use the Tailwind class of text grid. And this is actually temporary. We're going to create a loading component screen. Okay, I'll save that. Now when we head over to the dashboard and we get an error, okay, that's because we've not specified that this is going to be a client component. So I'm making use of a custom hook inside. I'm making use of a hook inside this component, and this component is the server component. So up here, we're simply just going to say this is going to be a client component like that. and that should ensure that we don't get that error. We actually have the dashboard component, and when we refresh, we have the dashboard component. Now we have this, we are inside this dashboard component. That's because we actually authenticated. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to actually delete the Supabase Auth token from our local storage. So I'll just go over there, I'll go to application, and I'll go to inside local storage. You're going to get this HTTP localhost 3000. I'll just delete this SB right here, SB Auth token. Okay, and then when we refresh the web page, it's going to take us to the login page. That's because the user is no longer authenticated. Now, when I log in this user, I'll say egbon@gmail.com, then password 0000000. I'll click on sign in. It's going to actually sign in the user. The user can actually see the dashboard component and the dashboard. Now we are not done yet. Now this user is authenticated, but if this user goes to the login page, user can actually see the login page. Now users should not be able to see the login page and also the sign up page when they are actually authenticated, when they have a session. So for that, we're going to create another custom hook. So I'll go back to the web page. I'll just go to custom hooks. I'll create another hook. I'll call this hook use redirect if auth, okay, .txx. In here, I'm going to say export function use redirect if auth, okay. In here, we're going to set a state const loading, set loading is going to be equals to use state, okay. And by default, this is going to be set to true. And then now here, I'll say const, I'll create a router instance, it's going to be equals to use router. I'll get that from Next navigation. Create a use effect hook. Inside this use effect hook, I want to create a variable. Let is mounted be equals to true, because I only want this block of code to run when the component has actually mounted. And I'll create a function const check auth. It's going to be equals to an async function. In here, we're going to do similar thing what we did in this use session. Okay, we're going to get the user session. So I'll just paste that right here, and then we'll just get this Supabase instance from our lib folder. And then we're going to check if the component has mounted. If it's mounted, then I also check if the session, if the user is authenticated, if there's a session, then we want to actually have the user outer that replace to /dashboard, which means if the user is authenticated, I want to route the user to the dashboard page. As we'll set our loading state to false, okay. And then down here, we'll just call that function check auth. And then down here, we're going to return a cleanup function. I'm going to set is mounted. I'm going to set our is mounted to false. Okay. Now, the reason I'm using this is mounted is because if we don't do that, we can get an error in this page when we try to set the loading state. Because if we try to set loading to false and this component has not mounted yet, because we want to route the user to the dashboard if the user is authenticated. But if the user is not authenticated, we want to set loading to false. Now, we can get a propagation error if we try to update the state without the component completely mounted. So that's why I'm saying it's mounted to true, because this is only going to be true when the component is mounted, because the use effect hook is only going to run when the component has fully mounted, okay. And then when the component unmounted, we're just going to set this mounted to false, okay. That way, none of this is going to actually run when the component is actually unmounted. And then I'll pass in this router as a dependency, okay. And then finally, down here, we're just going to return an object that's going to have this loading state in there. Great. So now we have the custom hook to check if a user is authenticated, so that the user can actually see the auth pages. So we just have to make use of this hook. So I'll go to the login component up here. I'm going to say const, the structure what we're going to get is to be equals to use redirect if auth, if the user is authenticated, okay. And then we can just destructure the loading from the hook. And when we are checking if the user is authenticated, we don't want to return anything. Okay, so we're going to say if loading, we just return null. So I'll save that. I'll go back to the web page. Now we're obviously in the sign up page. So I'll go to the sign in page and it's going to hat us back. So instead we try to go to the login page and the user is authenticated, it's just going to rat us back to the dashboard. Okay, so let's actually do the same thing for the sign up page. So I just copy this custom hook. I'll paste that. There's that sign up component. I'll paste that up here and then just import use redirect if authenticated. And then down here I can say if loading, I'll just return null. Okay, and then we'll try to go to the sign up page when the user is authenticated. Go to sign up page. It's going to take us back to this dashboard page. Great job. So that we've actually protected the dashboard from when the user is not authenticated, and also we protected the auth page for when a user is actually authenticated. Okay, so next what we're going to work on is that we're going to work on actually ensuring that a user can actually log in with their Google account. Okay, it's going to make it easier and seamless for users to actually log in to our application. So first of all, I'm going to actually log out this user. Now, since we don't have a logout button yet, I'll just delete the SB auth token from the local storage. I'll just delete that. Now, when I refresh, it's going to take me to the login page. Great. So now we want users to be able to log in or sign up with their Google account. So let's first of all actually set up a new Google client ID. So I want to head to my browser. I'm going to search for console. Or we are going to go to console.cloud.google.com and click on enter. And that's actually going to bring us right here. Okay, so now I can create a new Google client ID here. So first of all, if you are not signed in with a Google account, you have to actually sign in with any Google account for this to work. Okay, you have to have a Google account or a Gmail. Okay, now if you are signed in, you're going to see the same interface I see right here. If you've not created any app, it doesn't matter. You can just go up here and then just click on new project right here to create a new project. So I want to click on this new project right here. Now you have to actually specify a project name. For this one, I'm going to call it Sleep Tracker Egbon Tech. For the organization, I'll leave this empty and then I'll click on create. So now we have another project right here. Okay, so I'll click here again. Then you can see all the projects we have. Sleep Tracker, my first project. These ones I already have before. So this is one I just created. I'm going to click on Sleep Tracker Egbon Tech. Okay, so the first thing we have to do to actually set up a new Google app ID and secret, we're going to go to API and service. I'll click on this right here. So the next step we have to take, we're going to click on this OAuth consent screen right here. So I'll click on that. It's going to bring us right here. Okay, you can see right now Google Auth platform not configured yet. Get started to configure your application's identity and manage credentials for calling Google APIs and sign in with Google. So I want to click on get started. So now what we're going to do, we're going to create an app name. We use the same app name we use. It's going to be Sleep Tracker Egbon Tech. Okay, and then for the support email, you can actually use anything. I just use this email right here as the email I'm logged in with. Okay, and then I'm going to click on next, and then it's going to say for the audience. Now you have internal, then we have external. Since we're actually building this application for public access so that users can log in, we can choose external. Okay, go to external and I'll click next, and now we have to actually specify a contact information. Okay, so I want to use the same email I used over here, this email right here, mazekonwa@gmail.com. So I'll just paste that right here. Okay, great. And then I'll just click next, and then it's going to say I agree to Google API service user data policy. I want to say click on that, and then I'm going to click on continue. Okay, great. So we are basically done here. So I just click on create. I've actually created that. Okay, great. Now we've created a new app project. So now next step, we have to actually create OAuth client. So I'll click on this right here. Now Now you have to pick our application type. So I'm going to choose web application because we are obviously working with a web app. Okay, we are not working in any mobile app, whether Android or iOS. Okay, so click on web application. You have to specify the name of your OAuth client. Okay, I'll just say sleep tracker. Okay, great job. And now this is one of the most important things. We have to specify authorized JavaScript origins. Okay, now this, since we are working right now on development, this is going to be our localhost for 3000. But if you are building this Google OAuth for production, then you're going to put in your domain right here. Okay, since we are in development, we're going to make use of our localhost for 3000. I'll just copy this over here and then I'll paste that right here. Okay, get rid of the slash because we just need the domain name. And now you have to actually add the authorized redirect URL. Now, since we are making use of Supabase, the authorized redirect URL is going to come from Supabase. So we have to actually get this authorized redirect URL from Supabase. So I'm going to head back to my Supabase project. I'll just go to authentication and then I'm going to go to sign in /providers. I'll click on that. And then I'm going to scroll down. Then we're going to get this Google login right here. Okay, so I'll click on this Google right here. And then right here, we're going to see the callback URL. Okay, which I'm going to copy callback URL for OAuth. I'll head back over there and then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, great. And remember, don't forget, if you are doing this for production, you're going to place your domain right here. Okay, since we are just using this for localhost, we're going to place this localhost for 3000 right here as one of our authorized JavaScript origins. So now all we have to do is click on create. So now we have the Google client ID and the client secret, and this is the most important part of the process because these are the two values we need to actually enable that a user can actually sign up with Google OAuth in our application. So I'm going to copy this client ID, head over to Supabase, then up here I'm going to paste that right here where we have client IDs. Okay, and also I want to copy the client secrets, head back to the project and just paste that right here where we have client secret for OAuth, and then we can simply just save this. So now we've actually configured the client ID and client secret for Google login in Supabase. So you just have to enable Google login. So I'll click on this and then I'll just click on enable sign in with Google. Then I'll click on save. So now we can actually now sign in with Google in our Supabase project. Great job. So I want to head back to Visual Studio Code. I'll just close all these files, close all. Okay, so now we have to actually work on the code to ensure user can actually sign in with their Google account. So first of all, we're going to create a custom hook. I'll go to hooks. I'll create a hook called use Google auth.tsx. Then I'm going to export function use Google auth. Okay, or just use Google sign in for a better naming convention. Okay, inside this hook, I'll create a function const sign in with Google. It'll be equals to if an arrow function. I'll have this in a try catch block. If we get an error, I'll just log that error to the console. Console.log, console.error, Google sign error, then pass in the error. Then inside the try const, I'll destructure the result we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await. As we're going to make use of await inside this function, we have to make this an async function. So say async. Okay, then I'm going to await Supabase .auth.sign in with OAuth. And then we have to pass in a provider, which is going to be Google provider. And then we have to specify options. Say redirect to window.location.origin. Then /dashboard. Okay. So what this is going to do is that window.location is going to get the domain name we can actually that this application is actually on. Okay, since we're on development, this window.location.origin is going to be localhost 3000. Okay, then after successful sign in with Google, it's going to go to localhost 3000 /dashboard. Okay, and then we just get out the error. If we get an error, say if error, now simply just console.error, Google send in error, then pass in the error. Okay, great. Format this. Great job. At the end of this, use Google sign in. We're just going to return an object that's going to have this function in there, sign in with Google. Okay, so anytime we call this custom hook, we're going to have access to this sign in with Google function we just created. I'll save that. So to actually make use of this, I'm going to head over to my sign in page. I go to SRC component, go to auth, and I go to login component. Great job. Now up here, we can simply get that hook concept. The structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use sign in with use Google sign in. Okay, so we're going to get that from our custom hooks, use Google Auth. And then remember that this is going to return a function sign in with Google. Okay, and then we can actually make use of that function inside this login component. So all we have to do is copy this function right here, and then we just go to our Google sign in button. Where's that button to sign in with Google, which is this button right here. We just add an on-click event handler to this. When someone clicks on this, we just fire that function sign in with Google. Okay, so let's actually test this out. I'll click on continue with Google. And it's going to bring us right here. We can actually choose a Google account to actually sign in with. So I don't want to click on this right here. And it's actually going to send this user to Google. And then we'll click on continue. And you can see right now that the user is actually signed in with Google. Okay, the user is in the dashboard component. And when we try to go to the login page, it's going to add the user back to the dashboard because the user actually signed in with their Google account. Great job. So let's do the same thing for our sign up component. So our user can actually continue with Google in the sign up component. So I'll just go up here and just get that custom hook. Just copy this and then I'll just paste that up here. And then we just import use Google sign in. Okay. And then we just scroll down and see where's that button. Yeah, click on this button. When the user click on this button, when we want the function sign in with Google. Okay, now I go back to the web page. Now you can actually see this if you are still logged in. So you have to actually, since we don't have a logout, but you have to actually delete the SB token. Okay, so you can actually see the sign in page and the sign up page. So I click on sign up to actually test it out with the sign up page. I'll click on continue with Google and it actually sends in the user. You can see right now we are in the dashboard page. Okay, great job. So now with that, we're actually done with authentication. Users can actually register a new account, log in with their credentials, and also send in with their existing Google account. So next, what we're going to start working on is I want to actually start creating the UI for our dashboard. And this is how the dashboard UI is going to look like. We're going to have this nav bar at the top right here. We're going to have this sidebar, or then we're going to have this right here. Okay, great. So let's actually start working on creating this UI. So I'm going to head over to SRC components. Then I'm going to go dashboard and then dashboard component. Okay, I'll just format this, rearrange this a bit. And instead of just returning this div right here, we're going to return a JSX. We're going to have a div in there. And this div, we're going to give this div a Tailwind class of min hscreen bg slate of 900 and the text of white. So first of all, I want to create the header of the dashboard. Then I'll create a header tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class of bg slate of 800, a border of bottom, a border slate of 700, px of 6, and py party vertical of 4. Inside this head, I'm going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of flex, items, center, and justify of between. Now inside this div, we're going to call our logo component we created when we were creating the navbar for the home page. Okay, I'll save that. Now I can just log in with the user we actually registered. Just log in with that user, sign in. And then it'll bring us right here to the dashboard. And we can actually see the logo right here, REST metrics. Great job. I won't click this logo, it's going to take us to the home page because we actually ensure that this is going to take us to the home page. Okay, now after this logo, I want to create a button. And then let's just place this header in its own component. So I just cut this off. Let's actually break this down a bit. I'll create a new file inside this dashboard called header, okay, .tsx rfc, and that's just going to return this header right here. Okay, and then we can import the logo in here. And this is going to ensure that we're actually breaking into components, and this is actually cleaner. So we just call the header component right here. Okay, and now we can get rid of that logo import from the dashboard component. Okay, now we still have this right here. This is actually more cleaner. So inside this header component, now we're going to create two buttons. The first button is going to be the logout button, which we are going to place in its own component too. And the second button is going to be add sleep record. Okay, I'll give this button Tailwind class of bg slate of 700. On hover, I won't give it a bg Foursquare of 700, a text of white, a px of 4, a py of 2, a rounded of lg, display of flex items of center, a gap of 2, add a transition of colors, and a cursor of pointer, like that. I'll save that. I'll actually get that logout button right here. Okay, but we'll just place it in its own components. Okay, but first I'll just copy the style we have in this button, then I'll paste that style on this second button right here. Okay, and then I'll create a component for the logout button. So I'll create a new component, logout button .tsx rfc, and this component is just going to return this logout button right here. Okay, and then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, format this, and then inside this header component, we're just going to call the logout button. Okay, like that. I'll save that, and we should actually see the logout button right here. Now, what is happening? I want this logout button, this actually button to be around here, but we are okay. I have these two inside a div container. So I'll cut these two buttons. Now place them inside a div. Okay, that way we're gonna have this logo and this div container inside this div. I'm giving a display of flex and justifier of between. It's going to ensure that the buttons are actually right here. Okay, and then we can give this div that wraps around them a display of flex, a gap of 3, and items of center. That's going to make it look way better. Okay, great. Now I don't want this one to have a bg slate of 700. I want this one to have a bg of this color right here. Okay, great. So what we're going to do, instead of this hover bg, I'll just get rid of this. I'll save that, and on hover I'll say I want to have a bg Foursquare of 800. Okay, that way we actually see this right here. It's going to get dark and we'll hover on this. Great job. So now let's work on actually logging out a user. So I'll go to the logout button, and inside this logout button, we're going to add an on-click event handler to this button right here. Get rid of this. So we just create a function up here, const send auth. So it goes to an auth function. It's going to be an async function. And then in here, we can simply say const with the structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await supabase.auth.send out. Okay. And then we just the structure at an error, if we get an error, the structure had the error, then I'll say if error. If we get an error, then we're just going to console.log the logout error and then output the error of message. Okay, now on this button right now, you can simply do on click. When someone clicks on the button, we want to run this function sign out. Okay, great job. I'll format this. Let's actually test this out. So I'll go back to the dashboard. Now I'll just click on logout. It's going to bring me back to the sign in page. Okay, now when I try to access the dashboard now, it's going to return me back to the sign in page because I've actually logged that. So now we don't have to actually delete the cookie manually when we want to log out a user. We just click on the logout button. You're going to notice that when we log out, we didn't actually specify any redirect URL. Okay, now the reason for that is because remember when we created these custom hooks right here, this use session, we said that we added a subscription that's going to listen. That's why we did this subscription. That's going to listen from when our session changes, our auth state changes. Okay, so when the user logs out, this if no session is going to run. So if there's no session, it's going to run this router.replace and it's going to send the user to the login page. Okay, great job. So I just close this up. Then we're going to continue starting up our dashboard. We already have the login again. We already have the logo and we had this right here. So now let's start working on the content of the dashboard. After this header component, we're going to create a div. Give this div a Tailwind class of container, mx of auto, px of 6, and a py of 8. In here, we're going to create another div, which we're going to give a Tailwind class of grid cause of 1 for small screen device. Then for large screen, I'm going to give it a grid cause of 3. I want to add a gap of 8 between them. Okay, so we're going to have two sections. We're going to have the left column, say left column is going to have the user info and add form. Okay, now here I create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of space y of 8, and for large screens I give it a call span of 1. Okay, now what is going to do is that for large screen device, this container is going to occupy a column span of 1. Okay, great. And then you're going to create the user profile card. I'll just comment this off, and then I'll create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of bg slate 800, rounded of 2xl, a padding of 6. I'll give it a border, and then I'll give it a border slate of 700. Okay, in here I'll create another div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of flex items center gap of 4 and a margin bottom of 6. Then I'll create another div. Now inside this div, I'm going to actually output a user icon, which I'm going to give a size of 24. I give this div a Tailwind class of width 16, height of 16, pg Foursquare 600, and rounded of full. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and we actually see what we're actually standing right here. We see the profile component right here, and we can actually see the icon we just added right here. But one of these icons will be at the absolute center of this circle, this Foursquare circle right here. So what we're going to do, give this a display of grid. And we will place items center to ensure that this is actually at the absolute center. Okay, great. After this div, this user div, this data apps and this user icon, I'll create another div. Inside this, I have a h2 tag, which we are going to actually output the user's name when we actually fetch the user's name from, when we actually get the user's name from the session, and then we're going to have a paragraph tag right here. That's going to be the user's Gmail. So I just say user@gmail.com. Now some Tailwind classes to this. Text of XL, font of semi-bold, and a text of white. Then for the paragraph tag, give the Tailwind class text gray of 400 and a text of XM like that. I will actually see these items right here. Great job. After this user profile card, I'll just close up these. I want to create another div, which is going to be for the add slip form container. Okay. Or add slip record form. Okay. So now you create a div. Now we want to place this in its own component. So let's actually just create a component. I'll create a component called add slip record .tsx rfc, and this is just going to return this div right here. Okay, then inside this dashboard, we'll just get rid of this div and we'll just call the add slip record component we just created like that. Okay, then inside this add slip record, I'll create this a Tailwind class bg slate 800, a rounded of 2xl, a padding of 6, a border, then a border slate of 800. Okay, inside this div, I'll create a h3 tag. Here I'm going to have a plus icon which I'm going to get from Lucid React, and the size is going to be 20, and then we're going to have a text add record or add slip record. Okay, and I'll give this a Tailwind class, this h3, a text of XL, font of semi-bold, margin bottom of 4, display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 2. Then for the icons, let me just give this a Tailwind class of text Foursquare 500, not 400, 500. I'm going to save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see that right here. Add slip record, I will see that little plus icon at the left hand side of the h3 text. Okay, now after this h3, I'm going to create a form tag, get rid of this action. I give this form a Tailwind class of space y of 4. In here, first I'm going to create the dates inputs. Okay, now I'm going to create a div. First I'm going to have a label. It's going to be for the date inputs. Inside this div, I'm going to have a calendar icon. I'll get that from Lucid React with a size of 16. I give this label a Tailwind class. First of all, I'm going to display of block, text gray of 300, text of XM, font of medium, and a margin bottom of 2. Then for the calendar icon, give it a Tailwind class of inline, then a margin right of 2. After this label, I'm going to create an input. It's going to be of type dates. The ID is going to be date, so actually match the label. This label right here is going to be required. I'll save that so we actually see if we're getting that. I will actually see that right here. Okay, I want to click on this right here. You can see right now that we actually have a calendar right here. Okay, to actually select a date. I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this input right here. Give it a width of full, a BG slate 700. Give it a border, and a border slate of 600, rounded, LG, PX of 4, PY of 3, text of white, and focus, we'll give it a border, Foursquare 500, then a transition of colors. Okay, save that, and this is actually looking better. Like I can see, it's actually more styled up now. Okay, this actually looks way better. Now after this, I'm going to close up this div. I'm going to create another div right here, but this is going to be for the sleep duration range. Now you create a div. We're also going to have a label here, so I just copy this label. I'll paste that right here. Then now you create an input, and this input is going to be of type range. And we should actually see that range right here. Okay, great. So let's apply some styles to it. I'm going to give it a Tailwind class. I'll give it a width of full, so occupy the entire width of its container. We'll do a height of 2. Give it a BG slate 700 and a rounded of LG. Okay, I'll save that. I'll check out the output. I'll actually see this range is actually looking better now. Okay, I'll give it an appearance of none. Okay, next I'm going to apply some styles to this. These styles are actually very long, so just to actually save more time, I'm just going to paste those styles right here. I'm just going to paste those styles right here. Okay, so what I'm basically doing is I'm targeting the slider thumb, the WebKit slider thumb. Okay, now if you're used to CSS, you actually do this when you want to target elements like scroll bar. Okay, now this time we are targeting the slider thumb of this input. We are targeting that slider thumb. We're giving it an appearance of none. We're giving it a height of 4, a width of 4, a rounded of full, and a background of 500. Okay, and also once we give this a cursor of pointer, I'll save that. I head back to the web page and we actually get this range right here, and it looks really good. I'll just format this. Next, what we're going to do, I'm going to set a minimum value for this range right here. The minimum value is going to be 1. The maximum is going to be 12, and then the step is going to be 0.5. Okay, we want the range to increase by 0.5 when we actually stretch to it. Okay, then I'm going to specify a default value, which I'm going to give 7. Okay, by default I want this to be 7 hours. Now we are not done yet. Now when we actually select a range, we want to actually see that up here. Okay, so up here inside this label tag where we have this calendar right here, we add a text sleep duration, which is going to have a span. It's going to have a state in here. It's going to be linked to this range. So whatever value we select in this range is going to be outputted right here. Okay, and then we're going to have hours here. So it's going to be, if we select 7, it's going to be sleep duration 7 hours. Okay, so let's create a state to handle this. So up here I'm going to create a state. I'll get rid of these imports. I'll create a state up here. I'm going to say const duration set duration is going to be equals to use state, and by default this is going to be 7. Okay, that's to match the default of our range. We'll set the state to 7 by default, and then right here we can add an unchanged event handler right here to monitor when this range actually changes. So down here I'm going to say unchange. I'm going to fire an arrow function. I'm going to take an event, and this is going to set duration to use pass float event dot target dot value. Okay, great. And right here I'm just going to output that state duration. Now this right here, what I'm doing is that anytime any value we select right here, you want to update the state. By default the state is set to 7, and by default the range is actually 7. So when we change this range to 8, we want to set duration to the value, the new value of this range right here. Okay, now we're going to be getting this as a string, so we have to actually pass it to an integer so we can display it as a type of number. Now if we get rid of this, we're going to get an error. When we hover on, it's going to say argument of type string is not assignable to type of number. That's because when we set this state, we said it's going to be of type number. Okay, by default, the default value we set to a state, that's going to be the type of that state. Now, if we set this to a string, the default state is going to be a string. Okay, so now when we are now using setting this duration to event.target of value, this event.target of value is going to return a string. It's going to return the value 7, 8, but they are going to come in form of a string. So we have to actually use pass float to actually convert it to an integer. Okay, now since it's going to be a float, because floats are decimal 0.5, 7.5, that's why we're using pass. If it was if it was an old number, we'll just use pass int. Okay, if it was an whole number, but since it's a decimal number, which is a float, we're going to use pass float set events or targets dot value. Great. Now we'll go back to the web page and we change it. You can see right now it's actually being updated as we go through the range. And under this input, I'm going to create a div. And this is going to have to span in there. This first one is going to say 1 hour. It's going to represent the minimum. And I have another span which is going to be 12. I think the maximum, the maximum is 12 hours, so which is going to represent the maximum. Okay. Then this div, I'll give it a display of flex, justify, I'll do between, a text of XX, first gray, 400, margin top, I'll do 1. Okay, great. So I'll just go back to the web page and we actually see that here 1 hour, 12 hours. Okay, I have a very, very good label for this now. Great job. So now we can actually wrap this up. We're done with this div. So I'll just close that up. Then right here, we're going to create the select for sleep quality. Okay. Now you create a div. This div, first of all, I'm going to pass in a label which is going to be for sleep quality. So I just use quality. Okay. In the label, we're going to have sleep quality. Now add a Tailwind class to this, which is going to be similar with the other ones we've done before. So I'll just copy the styles for this, close this back up, then I'll just paste that right here. Okay. After this, I'm going to create a select tag. I give it a name of quality. Then the ID has to match this quality right here. So say quality. Okay. I have some styles to this, which is going to be similar with the style we have for this date input right here. So I'll just copy this right here, close this back up, then I'll paste that right here. I'll save that. We should actually see that select right here. Okay. But we don't have any option yet. So first of all, I'm going to give it a default value. I'll say the default value is going to be good. Okay. And then we have to actually pass in the options. We're not going to do something like this. We'll do option and then we'll just add all the options. Like when we are working with HTML, since we are working with React, we're just going to map through the options. Okay. So up here, what I'm going to do is that I'll just paste this right here, sleep quality options. Now, this you can actually get from the repo in the add sleep record component. You can actually get this right here, sleep quality options. Okay. Or you can just hard code this right here. Okay. So these are the options we're going to map through. So I'm going to go down in here. I'm going to say sleep quality options dot map. So for every time we map through it, we call each one an option, and then we just return a JSX. It's going to have an option tag in there. And inside the option, we're going to say the value of the option is going to be option dot the value. Okay. And then the label is going to be option dot the label. Okay. And now since we are mapping through a list in React, you have to pass in a key. The key can be the option dot value since each of them are actually unique. Okay, so I'll just format this. I'll save this, head back to the web page, and we actually get that right here. Okay, great. And you can see right now we are mapping through all those items. You can see right here all the quality options we have to select from. Great job. So after this div, which is going to wrap up, after this div, we could create another div for the action buttons. So right here, I say action buttons. Okay. I'll give you a Tailwind class of flex, a gap of 3, and a padding top of 4. In here, you're going to have 2 buttons. First button is going to say save record. Second button is going to say cancel. I give this button a Tailwind class, a flex of 1, BG, first gear of 600, On hover, I'll just darken it a bit. I'll give it a BG Foursquare of 700, text of white, font of semi-bold, PY of 3, PX of 4, a rounded of LG, and a transition of colors. I'll save that. I actually see these buttons looking really good. Okay, I'm gonna apply the same styles to this button right here, this cancel button. So I just copy these. I'll paste that on this right here. I'll give it a Tailwind class. I'll paste that right here. And I'm gonna change some styles. The background of the button is not going to be BG Foursquare 600. It's going to be BG Slate of 700. Then on hover, I'll give it a BG Slate 600. I'll save that. I actually have those two buttons right here, save record and then cancel. Great. I add a cursor of pointer to both these buttons. I'll give this one a cursor pointer. Also, I'll give this one cursor pointer like that. Yeah, great. Now, what we want to do next is that we want this to only be visible when the user click on add slip record, okay? By default, we don't want it to be visible, so we have to use a state to conditionally render this, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a state. I'm not going to create the state here because the state is going to be controlled by this component, which is inside the nav bar. So we can't create the state inside this add slip component. We'll create the state inside the dashboard component, which is the parent component of these two components. So I'll go to the dashboard component. Up here, I'm going to create a state. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'll create a state called show add form set show add form is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default this is going to be false, obviously. Now we only want to render the add slip component when this is set to true. So right here we're going to make use of that activity component from React 19. I use activity. I get that from React. Now place this add slip component in this right here. Okay, I'll set the mode. Now I'm going to check if show add form, then I want this to be visible. Yes, we want it to be hidden. So now we'll go back to the web page. We're not going to see that add form component. We're only going to see it if we actually click on this. So let's actually hook up a setter function to this button right here. Okay, P this right here, this set show add form. Then I'll paste it to this header component right here as a prop. Okay, so inside this header component, we have to actually specify the type of this prop. So I'll go into that header component. So up here, I'll create an interface header props. In here, we're going to have a set show add form setter function. There's going to be a function that's going to have a value passed to it. We're going to call the value show, which is going to be of type boolean, and then the function is going to return void. It's not going to return anything. Okay, and then right here you can say this component is going to take a prop that's going to be of type header props, and then you have to structure out the set show add form. And you can actually see that the error is actually gone. Okay, so now when a user clicks on this button right here, this add slip record button right here, I'll say on click, we're going to fire an arrow function that's going to actually set show add form to true. Okay, I'll save that. Now actually test this out, rearrange this a bit. Now test this out. I'll just go back to the web page. I want to click on add slip record. We actually see that right here. Okay, great job. So next we're going to actually create the right hand side of the dashboard. We'll create this right here, this table right here, and then for this we'll just create this later on in the video. I will head back to the dashboard components. After this div right here, this left column right here, I'll just close this up. I'll create another div right here. I'll call this one the right column of the dashboard. I give this a Tailwind class of space y of 2. Then for last screen device, I'm going to give it a call span of 2. Remember, we gave the left column a cost span of 1. Then we are giving the right column a cost span of 2, which means the right side is going to occupy twice as much width as this right here, okay? Because we gave the container, the container that wraps around both of them. For last screen divider, we give it a grid cost of 2, which is 3 columns, okay? This left hand side is going to occupy 1 column, while this on the right hand side is going to occupy 2 columns. That's why we're giving it a cost span of 2 for last screen devices, okay? First of all, we'll create the sleep statistics. Now here, I'll create a div. Give it the Tailwind class of grid cause of 1. For medium screens and above, I'll give it a grid cause of 3 and a gap of 6. In here, we'll create a div which we're going to give a Tailwind class of bg slate 800, a rounded of 2xl, a padding of 6, we'll give it a border, and the border color is going to be border slate 700. Finally, we'll do a text of center. Inside this div, I'll create 2 paragraph tags. For now, we're going to hard code the values. Then when we start actually pulling this data from our Supabase backend, we're going to actually output them dynamically. Okay, for this one, say 7.2 hours. Add another paragraph tag, which is going to say average sleep. Okay, add a Tailwind class to this. Text of 3xl, a font of bold, first green of 500. I also add the Tailwind class to this one. I'll just give this one a Tailwind class of text gray. I'll do 400. I'll save that. I actually get that right here, okay? Average sleep. Okay, so we're gonna actually just copy this particular div here. Just drag this down twice. 1, 2. Okay, and this next one is going to be best sleep, and I'll just hard code the value too. I'll just use 7 hours. And the last one is going to be records, which I'm going to use. I'll just use 7. I'll change the text color of this one. So a text Foursquare of 500. I also change this one to text blue of 500. I'll save that. I actually see those items right here. Okay, so next we're going to create the UI for the table. Now after these statistics right here, I'll just close up this div. I'll create another div right here, which we're going to call the sleep history table. In here, I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give this a bg slate of 800, a rounded of 2xl, a padding of 6. I'll give it a border, and finally a border slate of 700. I'll create a h3 tag inside this div. Inside this h3 tag, I'm going to have a calendar icon, which I'm going to get from Lucid React. I'll give it a size of 20. Then also a Tailwind class of text Foursquare 500. And I give it a text of sleep history. Okay, I have some styles to this h3 tag. I'll give this h3 tag a text of XL, a font of semi-bold, margin bottom of 4, display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 2. Okay, so I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. I actually get that right here. Sleep history. This table component is too close to this stats right here. So I'll just increase the space between them. Instead of space y of 2, I do a space y of 8. Save that. Yeah, this is better. Now after this h3 tag, we're going to create another div, which will give a Tailwind class overflow X. We'll do auto. Okay, so when the table overflows for small screen device, we can just actually scroll through it. That's why we're wrapping this div around it, and then we can create a table tag here, which will give a Tailwind class of widthful, which is a width of 100%. Then you're going to have the table head. We'll create a row. Inside this, we're going to have a table data. First one is going to be dates, The second one is going to be duration. The third one is going to be quality. Then after that, I'm going to have a table body. Now, this table body, we are going to actually map through the list of records we're going to be getting from our Supabase backend. But since we've not actually worked on the backend yet, we're just creating the UI, so we understand the UI structure. We're just going to actually use some sample data. Okay, so up here, I'm just going to paste some sample data right here. Now, you don't have to worry yourself about this because we're going to be getting this from the backend. Okay, but for now, we're just going to make use of this sample slip history data up here. So in here, I can simply say slip sample slip history dot map. Anytime we map through it, I'm going to call it a record. We'll get the index, and then we just return a JSX with a table row, pass in a key, which is going to be the index of the item. And then in here, we're going to say table data. The first one is going to be record dot date. I'll just wrap this in a function. Just cut this off. I'll call the new date from JavaScript, new date. I'll paste that in here, dot to local date string. Then the next one is going to be record dot duration. Then we just add here, okay, hours. And then for the last one, we're going to work on that later on, okay? But for now, just save this so that we actually see if we are getting this in the UI. I actually see we are getting those two data. So let's actually add some styles to this table. I'll give this table rule for the table head, the Tailwind class of border bottom, then the border slate of 700. I'll give the table data a Tailwind class of first of left, padding vertical of 3, first gray of 400, and a font of medium. So I'll copy these styles and I'll apply these styles to this other table data right here. Okay, I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page, and this actually looks better. We have the date, the duration, and the quality, and they are looking really, really great. So now let's tie the table body. So I'll give this table row inside the table body, Tailwind class of border bottom, border slate 700. I'll reduce your opacity a bit. Now I want the last item in the list. To have a border of 0. I'll save that. And you actually see the borders on them. Now I'm just add a padding to each of the items, okay, each of the list items. I'll give this TD a Tailwind class of PY of 3. And also I'll give this one a Tailwind class of PY of 3. I'll save that. And this actually looks way better. Now we have to actually display the slip quality. Now this is going to be different because this is going to just actually be dynamic. Okay, so what I'm going to do up here, we will map through the slip record. After we map through the slip record, I'll create a variable const quality option is going to be equals to, I'll make use of the slip quality options we created, slip quality options. Now remember that we created a slip quality options in this add slip record right here. Okay, this slip quality options that we are using for the selects. Okay, so we want to actually use this in this dashboard component, so we just have to export this. So I'll say export const slip quality options. Then I can go over here, then I just get that slip quality options. I just import that in, and we want to find I'll call each of the item an option, where the option dot value is equivalent to record dot quality. Okay, and then down here we'll just create a table data which we're going to output the quality option dot label. I also give this a Tailwind class of py of 3. Save that, and we actually get that right here. Okay, Now, what this is going to do is that if we select a sleep quality, if I select a sleep quality like this, I select average, then when I actually add this to my sleep record, I'm going to see average here. If I select poor, then I'm going to actually see that right here. Okay, that's what we are trying to do. But we can actually make the experience more better for the user. So what we're going to do, we're going to add colors based on the condition. Okay, so I want to go back to that. Where's that object? I'm going to add another key called color. Now for when the sleep is excellent, we'll give it a test green of 500. When it's good, we're going to give it a text blue of 500. When it's average, we'll give it a color of, sorry, spell that color correctly, of text yellow of 500. When it's poor, we'll give it a color of text orange 500. And when it's terrible, we'll give it a color of text red of 500. Okay, and now we can head over to the dashboard component, to that table we are creating. We can add a dynamic style to this. I just cut off the static style, then I'll use backtick, paste that right here. Then I'm going to add the dynamic style. I'll simply just pass in the quality option dot the color. Okay, I'll save that. It's going to be the color for this CD right here. So I'll go back to the web page. You can see right now that average and good. Okay, great. And you can see that this is a better UI experience for the user. So next, we're going to actually work on actually creating new sleep records and actually rendering those sleep records to the user. Okay, so I'm going to head back to our Supabase project. I'm going to go over to table editor and we can actually create a new Supabase table right here. Okay, I'll click on create table. First of all, I'll give this table a name. I'll call it sleep records. And then we're going to actually add our feed. We already have the ID column and we created that column. We're going to add another column. I'll call this one user ID. Okay, which is going to be the ID of the user that's actually creating the sleep record. And this is going to be UUID. And then it's not going to be nullable. So I'll just uncheck this. Set this to null. Don't generate a UUID because we're going to actually insert this. So add another column. I call this duration. Now this is going to be a float, so I'm going to use float 4. Then this is also not going to be nullable. Okay, and then I'm going to add another column which I'm going to call the date. Okay, as the date user selected. Okay, now this is going to be of type. It's going to be text, and also it's not going to be nullable. So I'll just uncheck this. Okay, we need the user ID feed, the duration, and also the date feed. I already have the created and the ID feed. So now I can just save this new table. So I'll click on save. And now we have a sleep records table right here. Okay, with an ID feed created, a user ID, duration, and date. After creating a table in Supabase, you have to actually create row access because now you have to actually create policies that's going to allow users to insert and select from this table, as users will not be able to insert data or actually view data from this table. Okay, so actually set up a policy. I'll click on option, I'll go to view policies, then I'm going to go to create a policy. Now creating a policy, you're going to have a select policy, insert, update, delete. Okay, so first of all, I want to create a select policy because we want user to be able to read from this table, okay, view data from this table. So I just set this to true. I'll click on, I'll actually specify a name, allow public read access. Then I'll click on save policy. And now we have a policy for select. Now we'll create another policy for insert. So I'll say allow users to create sleep records. And then we'll click on insert. Now this is very, very important because for this insert policy right now, we have to actually ensure that the user is trying to insert their ID actually match the authenticated user ID, and they actually authenticated. So we'll paste this here where the auth ID matches the user ID. Okay, great. So I'll click on save policy. So we'll create the last policy, which is going to be for delete, and also it's going to be where the auth ID, the logged in user, matches the user ID of the record. Okay, so I'll click on save policy. Or if you not specify the policy, I'll say allow users or allow auth users to delete records. Click on save policy. So now we have the policies we need to actually interact with this table we just created. So we're going to head back to Visual Studio Code, go to add sleep record. We can actually work on actually adding a new sleep record. First of all, we're going to create a state up here, const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state. Okay, and by default this is going to be set to false. We're only going to set this true when we're about to insert a new record. Also, we're going to create a function, const handle submit is going to be equals to an arrow function, and this is obviously going to be an async function. So I'll say async, and this function is going to take an event. There's going to be a react.form event, and then first of all in this function we're going to prevent event.prevent default behavior of the form. Okay, after that we're going to set our loading to true. Okay, and then we'll make use of a try catch block. Now if we get an error, we're going to actually log that error, console.error error adding sleep record, then we'll pass in the error. Okay, then finally we're going to set the loading to false. Okay, so whether we get an error or the request was successful, we're going to set the loading false. Okay, then inside this try block I'll say const form data is going to be equals to new form data, and then in here I'm going to say events dot current target. I'm going to pass it in as an HTML form element. Okay, and then after that I'm going to create an object, const sleep data is going to be equals to, I'll create an object where date is going to be equals to form data dot get date, get it as a string, and then our duration is going to be form data dot get duration, which we're also going to get as a string. Then quality is going to be form data dot get quality. We're also going to get that as a string. Okay, great. And then down here, when we run this function, I just want to log it to the console so we know we're actually getting the data from the form. Console.log sleep data, like that. Now this form data.get date is going to be targeting the name of this the input inside the form. Okay, which means the name of this input have to be date, duration, and quality. So let's actually check that out. For this very first input, the name is going to be, and we don't have a name for this, the name is going to be dates. Okay, for the second input, which is the sleep duration, the name, which we obviously don't have here, is going to be duration. And then for the last input, which is select, the name is going to be quality, and we have that set right here. And now finally, what we're going to do, we're going to copy this function right here, because we want to fire this function when the user submits the form. So right here I'm going to say on submit. I want to run this function right here and do the submit. Okay, great. So let's test this out. So I'll click on add sleep record. I'll just go over to my console so you can actually see what's logged to the console. I'll clear this up. I'll select a date. I'll select a range. I just click on save record, and we actually get that right here. Okay, we get the, not data is the date. I didn't spell that correctly. It's not data, it's dates. Yeah, it's going to be dates. Okay. So I'll click on save record and we get the date. We get the date, we get the duration, and then we get the quality. Okay. Like select another quality, excellent. I'll click on save record and we actually get that excellent right here. So now all we just have to do is send this to Supabase. So down here, say send data to Supabase. I'm going to say const. I'm going to structure the results. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to with Supabase dot form, from which table? The sleep records table we just created, dot insert, pass in the up. I'm going to pass in the user ID, which we don't have for now. So for now, I'll just leave this empty. Okay, we just place this empty for now. Okay, we're going to pass in the quality, which is going to be sleep data dot quality, and then we'll pass in the dates, which is going to be sleep data dot the dates, and then we'll pass in the duration, which is going to be sleep data dot the duration. Okay, so we're going to pass in the user ID, the quality, the date, and the duration, just like we have in the table. The user ID, the duration, the date, and we don't have the quality. We should have a quality column right here. Okay, I think I missed that. I'll just add a quality. Then the type is going to be, of type text. Okay, the default value is going to be null, and then it's not going to be nullable. I'll click on save. I've added the quality column. Okay, great. So now let's work on actually getting the user ID. Now, since we're already getting the session from the parent component, we can pass it as a prop to this component right here. So I'm going to go to the parent component, which is this dashboard component right here. Then up here, we're already getting the session. Okay, so down here, I can simply say const user ID is going to be equals to session dot user dot the ID of that user. And then we can scroll down and just open this up and actually pass that to this @sleep component right here. So right here, I'll say user ID is going to be equals to user ID, like that. And also don't forget that we have a button in this @sleep record called cancel, okay, which is going to set our show form to false. When we click on cancel, it's going to close this form right here. Okay, so we have to pass it as a prop from the parent component too. I'll pass in a prop called on cancel, which is going to be equals to a function that's going to actually set show add form to false. Okay, so whenever we call this on cancel inside this @sleep record, it's just going to set our show add form to false. Okay, so now let's actually specify the type of these props in this component. I'll go to the @sleep record component up here. I'm going to say interface add sleep props. The first one is going to be the user ID, which is going to be a string. Then the second one is going to be on cancel, which is going to be a function that's going to return void. It's not going to return anything. Okay, and then right here we can destructure those props or specify the type, which is going to be add sleep props, and then we can destructure add the on cancel, and then we destructure add the user ID, like that. And then we can just pass in the user ID right here. And also we'll just copy this on cancel function right here. Then when someone clicks on the cancel button, where's that cancel button? Yeah, I'll say on click. I'll run this function right here on cancel. I'll save that. Now when we click on add sleep, I'll click on cancel. It's going to close it back up. Good job. Then I'm going to scroll back up. Then I'm going to say error, the structure of the error from this. Then I'm going to check if we get an error. If we get an error, then we just throw the error. Okay, but if there's no error, we're going to set the duration back to the 7, which is a default value. And also we get our event.targets, which is an HTML form element, and then we just reset the form. Okay, now finally we just have to output a loading indicator to the user to know that the request is being processed. So I want to scroll down to the save button right here. I'll just cut this off. I'm going to say loading. If it's loading, then we want to output a text right here. Else we want to output this right here. Sorry, place that in a string, save record. And if it's saving, you can simply say saving. Okay, ... And finally, we're going to disable the button from when the request is being processed. I'll say disabled, which is going to be equals to loading. So anytime it's loading, we are actually sending a record to Supabase. It's going to actually disable this button. I'll format this. And I didn't actually apply this flex of 1 properly. So it's supposed to be flex of 1, no space between them. Okay. And that's why the button was not actually occupying the entire width. Okay, now you can see that the button is actually occupying the entire width. This one has a flex of 1, this one has a flex of 1. Okay, and now we actually have an error in this dashboard component. I'm just going to go over there and actually look for the error. We have an error here. It said type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. Okay, now the reason we are getting this error is because remember we set this inside this add slip record component. We set this user ID as a type of string, but this user ID could be undefined. Why? Because if we head over to the dashboard component, we are making use of the use user session and getting the session. Okay, and from that session we are getting the user ID, which means if the session is null, the user ID is going to be undefined. And don't forget that inside when we created this hook, we said that this session state can either be null or a session, which means when the component just mounts or when the component has not mounted, there's going to be an instant of time when the session is going to be null before we actually set the session if the user is logged in. So since we are not getting the user ID from the session, in that period where the session is actually null, this user ID is going to be undefined. So what we are going to do to solve this problem, we'll go to the add slip record. We're going to say this is going to be of type string or it's going to be of type undefined. Okay, great. And that's going to tell TypeScript that this could either be string or undefined. Now we have to check here before we actually make this request. We have to check if no user ID. If the user ID is undefined, if there's no user ID, then we just return. Okay, great. We just break the code right here. So let's actually test this out. I'll just go back to the web page and let's actually try to add a new slip record. I'll select a date. I'm going to pick today's date. Then the sleep hours, I'm going to select, I'll do 5 hours. Then for the sleep quality, I'll pick average. Now click on save record. You can see right now saving, and you see the sleep record is actually added, and then the form is going to be reset back to 7 hours and the date is actually reset. Now when we head over to Supabase and refresh, we should actually see that record right here with the user ID, the date, the duration, and the quality. Great job. So now that we can actually insert a new sleep record, now let's actually work on actually fetching the record. But before we do that, we are actually going to actually update this right here. Okay, so that is going to display the details of the logged in user. So we're going to go over to the dashboard component. Right here, where we have this right here is that this user profile card. Okay, you are actually going to make use of that session to render the user details. Okay, now to get the user details on the session, we're going to go up here. Down here, I'm going to say const user details. It's going to be equals to session dot user metadata. Okay, now from this user metadata, we're going to have access to the details of the logged in user. Okay, then I'll just copy this right here. Now head down. Then instead of hard coding the name of the user, I'm just going to say, I'll paste that right here, user details dot full name. I'll use optional chain here. And then for the mail, I'll say user details dot email. I'll save that. And now we'll go back to the web page to actually see the details of the logged in user. Egbo Emmanuel, then egbo@gmail.com. Great job. Now, for when a user logs in with their Google account, we want to actually render the profile of that user, the profile picture of that user. Because obviously, if a user signs up with their email, they're obviously not going to be able to upload their profile because they don't have that in this website. But if they log in or sign in with their Google account, you're going to see their profile picture here. Okay, so let's actually do that. Instead of rendering this user icon right here, what I'm going to do, I'll say user details dot avatar URL. Okay, now if there's an avatar URL, then I want to render a JSX. I want to render another JSX. Now this other JSX is going to be this right here. Okay, this icon right here. While for this one, if a user has an avatar URL, they want to use an image tag, which we are going to get from next image. Get that from next image. The SRC is going to be user details dot avatar URL. I'm giving an auth property of profile picture, a field property, and a Tailwind class of rounded or full. Okay, now since we are giving this image tag a field property, we have to give this div that wraps around it a relative positioning. Okay, position of relative. I'll save that. Now we're not going to see this unless we actually log in with a user's Google account. Okay, so I'll click on Logout. Now let's actually test this out. So I'm going to actually try to log in with a user's Google account. I'll click on continue with the Google. And we have to actually choose the Google account. I'll choose this Google account. I'll continue. And we actually get an error. Now, this error we are getting is from actually Next.js. Now, when you are pulling an image from an external domain Next.js, you have to specify and register that domain with Next.js. Okay, so to solve this problem, we just simply go to our Next config file, go to next.config.ts. Then in here, we'll say images, remote patterns, protocol is going to be HTTPS, and then we have to specify the host name. Okay, and the host name we can actually see from the header. You can see right here lh3.googleUserContent.com. So I'll just copy this domain name, then I'll paste that right here. Okay, and that should actually get rid of that Next.js error. Now when we refresh the web page, you're actually going to see that right here. You can see right now the profile picture is going to change to E. Okay, now since this Google user doesn't have a profile picture, Google is going to use the initials as the profile picture E. Okay, so this is actually working. So with that, we are done actually rendering the logged in user details. So next, we're going to actually work on fetching the logged in users sleep records. Okay, so we're going to create a new component. I'll create this component sleep history.tsx RFC, and then inside this component, what we're going to render is going to be this table right here. Okay, this sleep history table right here, which I'm just going to cut because I want to place this in its own component. Place that in here. Okay, I obviously have to get some item in here. First of all, I import this calendar icon from Lucid Weird, and we have to get this sleep history sample from the dashboard component up here. So I'm just going to cut this right here. We need this in this component, which I'll paste up here. Okay, and then we have to actually import the sleep quality options too. I'll just import that in. Okay, great. So everything is going to work the same. All we have to do is go over to this dashboard component right here, and we just call that sleep history component. Okay, great. Now we'll go back to the web page. Everything still works the same. We still see that table right here, but now it's not inside its own component. Now the first thing we're going to do, we're going to pass in because remember, we're going to need the user ID, the logged in user ID, to actually make a request to fetch the record. Okay, because we're going to be fetching the sleep records based on the logged in user ID. So I'm going to pass a prop to this component. I'll call that prop user ID, which is going to be the user ID variable inside this component. Okay, I'll save that, and then we're going to head to the sleep history component. Up here, we're going to specify the type. So up here, I'll say interface sleep history props. It's going to have a user ID that's going to be of type string. Okay, and then right here, we can actually pass that type, which is going to be sleep history props, and then we can destructure out the user ID as a prop into this component. Great. And we have an error. We'll go over there. It says string undefined. Now it's unable to type string. Oh, we're supposed to say it's going to be that is string, or it's going to be undefined. Okay, great. So now we can actually make a request to fetch all the records of the users. I'll rearrange this a bit, and then first of all, I'll create a state const records set records. It's going to be equals to use state from React. Okay, by default, this is going to be an array, and then it's going to be of type sleep record, which is going to be an array. Okay, great, an array of sleep record. Now we obviously don't have this type yet, so let's actually create these types. So in here, I'm going to say interface sleep record. Now each sleep record is going to have an ID that's going to be of type string. It's going to have a user ID that's going to be of type string. You're going to have a date that's going to be of type string, a duration that's going to be of type number, and then it's going to have a quality, a sleep quality that's going to be of type excellent or good or average or poor or terrible. Okay, after this state, we'll create another state const loading set loading. It's going to be equals to use state. Okay, which is going to be false by default. So now I'm going to create a function to actually fetch the record. So I'm going to actually create that in a separate file to actually keep this sleep history file more organized, okay, and neat. So I'll just create a new file. First of all, I'll create a folder called services. Then inside this folder, I'll create a file called sleep records.txt. And I'm going to say export async function fetch sleep records. This function is going to take one argument. We're going to call that argument user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then the function is going to return a promise. It's going to be of type sleep record. Okay, the type we created inside this sleep history. So we just export this so we can use this outside of this component. Export interface sleep record, and then in here we just get that sleep record here. Okay, our first is going to be an array, and then inside this function we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now if we get an error trying to fetch the records of the sleep records of the user, we're going to console.error the error fetching sleep records, then pass in the error, and then we'll return an empty array. Then in here, we're first of all going to check if no user ID. We'll check if no user ID was passed. Now, if no user ID was passed to this function, then we're going to throw new error user ID is required. Okay, after that, time say const, I'm going to show what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Supabase dot from which table the sleep records table dot, we're going to select all, so say select star, select all the columns where EQ, where the user ID matches the user ID passed to this function. Okay, and then we're going to order by the dates. I'll say ascending first. Okay, so I want it to be ordered from in a descending order. Okay, then I want a limit of 7. Okay, I only want to fetch the latest, that's the latest 7 records of the user. Okay, then just destructure out the error. And we can simply check down here. If we get an error, just throw the error. Okay, great job. And then down here, we're just going to return the data, which we're going to destructure from this right here. Just return the data. Okay, and if there's no data, we just return an empty array like that. So I'll format this. So now we have the service function to fetch the user's sleep record. We can actually make use of this inside the sleep history now. So I'll create a function in here. Const fetch data is going to be equals to fetch sleep data. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to make use of use callback from React. It's going to be async. Now pass in the dependency. Now this use callback is going to depend on the user ID. Okay. Now first thing here, I want to set loading to true. Okay. Now after we set the loading to true, then we're going to await the data. So I say const records. It's going to be equals to, I want to await. We're going to call the service function we just created right here, which is going to be fetch sleep record. Fetch sleep record. And remember that this has just one argument, so pass in the user ID as an argument. Okay, and we're going to get an error. Argument of type string are undefined. So now sending it to parameter of type string. Okay, that's because user ID could be undefined. So what we're going to do is that before we even run the function, we're going to say if no user ID, if the user doesn't have an ID, then we just return right here. Okay, great. Now if we get the sleep record, I'll just change this to sleep records and set sleep records. Now if we get the sleep records, then now I want to set sleep records to the records. Okay, and then we can just set our loading state to false. Great job. And then here, when the data has been filled, say if loading, I just return a, and this is temporary, we're going to create a loading screen, but we'll just return a paragraph that doesn't say loading. Okay, ... And then we'll give this a Tailwind class of text way 300. Okay, now we have this function. Now how do we actually trigger this function? Because right now we just have this function. I want to hover on this. You can see right now sleep data is declared, but its value is never read. So to actually trigger, we're going to make use of a use effect hook, which is a way to actually perform side effects in a React application. So down here, I'm going to make use of a use effect hook, passing a dependency. Now all I have to do is call the fetch sleep data function right here. Okay, and then we just pass it in as a dependency, fetch sleep data. Great job. Now to actually check if this is working, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to log the console.log sleep records. Okay, so we'll know if we're actually getting this. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. I'll just head over to the console, I'll clear this up, then I'll just refresh. And we actually get the data right here. When I open this up, we're going to get, we have just one record in here. Okay, that's because we've already added one record to our database. Okay, so now we have pulled the data from the Supabase backend. We can actually work on actually rendering it to the UI. Okay, now remember that we have this dashboard component, and then we have this table inside a sleep history component. But since we're already fetching the data inside a sleep history component, what we're going to do is I'm going to place these items, these stats items inside the sleep history. That way, we don't have to refresh the data when we want to calculate the average sleep, the best sleep, and also the total records. Okay, great. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll just go over to the dashboard component. I'll copy this stats right here. I'll copy everything here, cut that off. Then I'll place that inside the sleep history component right here. Okay, so up here, I'll create a fragment. I'll paste that in here, and also take this and I'll place this inside the fragment. Okay, great. Now we'll go back to the web page. We still see that everything is still working fine. Okay, we still have this too, but now this table and this stats are now inside one component, this sleep history component right here. Okay, great. So I just rearrange this a bit better. So now let's actually work on outputting the data. So let's actually start with the table. So I'm going to scroll down to this table right here. And instead of first mapping through the sample sleep history, we're going to map through our sleep record history state, this sleep records right here. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll scroll down. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay. And now we no longer need this sample sleep history anymore. Okay, since we are not pulling the data from the database. I'll save it and head back to the web page, and you actually see that we actually get it right here. Okay, let's add another record. I'll click on this. I'll click on Wednesday. Then I'll select a range. I'll just do 6 hours sleep. I'll say average. Okay, I've already selected average before. I'll set something different. I'll use poor. I'll click on save record, and the record gets saved. Now, since we are not actually updating the UI yet, we're just going to refresh the web page to actually see the data. So I just refresh the web page, and we should actually see we have actually 2 records right here. The first one 5 hours average, second one 6 hours, and the sleep quality is poor. So next, what we're going to work on is that since we're outputting the data to the UI, we're going to calculate the average sleep, the best sleep, and the total number of sleep records. Okay, for now we just hard coded it. Let's actually output them out dynamically. So I'll go back to the web page. First of all, I'm going to work on the average sleep. I'm going to scroll down, then I'll just get rid of this right here. Then right here I'll say, yeah, we're going to calculate stats. Okay, we'll calculate all the stats. First of all, we're going to start with the average sleep. So I'll say const average sleep is going to be equals to sleep records. I'll get the total number of sleep records dot length. If it's greater than 0, then we'll say sleep records dot reduce. Get the accumulated, then I'll get the current. Then I'll say accumulated plus current dot duration of 0 divided by sleep records dot length. Okay, but if the sleep records is not greater than 0, then we just return 0 as the average. I'll format this. And let me actually explain what we are doing here. Now we want to get the average sleep of the user. Okay, so what we're going to do is that first of all we're going to check if the sleep record is greater than 0. Okay, so say sleep records dot length, get the total length. So if we have 2 sleep records, then the sleep records dot length is going to be 2, which is obviously greater than 0. But if we don't have any sleep records, it's going to be 0, then it's going to return 0 as the average. But if the sleep records is greater than 0, then we're going to get the sleep record. We're going to make it. So we're going to make use of the reduce method in JavaScript to get it accumulated, and then we're going to divide it by the sleep records dot length. Now, what this is going to do, say we have 2 sleep records, we have 7, and then we have the other one, we have 6. Okay, it's going to be 7 plus 6, which is going to give us 13. Okay, and then it's going to be 13 divided by the length, which is how many of these are here? 1, 2. It's going to be divided by 2. So the average sleep record is going to be 6.5. Okay, that's what we're actually doing right here. Okay, we're just getting the accumulation of all the sleep record durations, and then we'll divide it by the total length to get the average duration. Great job. And then now you're creating another variable const best sleep is going to be equals to sleep records, and sleep records dot length is greater than 0. Then we're going to do math dot the maximum we're going to spread up the sleep records object, sleep records dot map, call each of them a record, then just return the record dot duration. Okay, but if it's not greater than 0, if we don't have any record, then we just return 0 as the maximum. Now what this one is going to do is that sleep records.length is going to check if the sleep record is greater than 0 if we have a sleep record. Okay, if you have more than 0 sleep records. Now if there's 1, 2, or 3 sleep record, what this is going to do is going to spread up the sleep record. Remember that this sleep record is going to be an array with objects of the each sleep record. Okay, so what it's going to do is it's going to spread it up, and then it's going to check each, it's going to map through each of the record and get the maximum one. That's how I said max.max, get the one with the highest value. Okay, so if we have 2 records with 6 hours and 7 hours, obviously it's going to return the one with 7 hours. Okay, then you'll just get the total records comes total records, which is just going to be equals to sleep records dot length, like that. Okay, so now I can actually make use of these 3 variables. Okay, so I want to scroll down to this right here. I'll just open up this stats container right here. For the average sleep, instead of hard coding this, I'm going to say I'll just output the average sleep calculated, average sleep, and then for the best sleep, we just output that right here, best sleep. Okay, and finally we just output the total records. Great. Save that, head back to the web page. You actually see we get the average sleep calculated 5.5 hours. Then the best sleep, obviously between 5 and 6 is going to be 6 hours. And then we have 2 records. We're actually working with 2 records. Okay, great job. So next, what we're going to work on is that we want to ensure that when we add a new sleep record, we actually see the update in the UI. Okay, that the UI actually updates and we see the new record in real time. Because right now, when we add a new record, we always have to refresh to actually see the new record in the UI. Okay, so we want this to be real time. So let's actually start working on this. So what we are going to do is now we're going to subscribe to real-time updates from Supabase, and that's very, very straightforward. Let's actually do that. I'm going to go to the use effect hook we are using to trigger the fetch function. This use effect hook right here. Down here, I'll create a subscription const subscription is going to be equals to Supabase. I get that Supabase instance here dot channel. I call this channel sleep record changes, then dot on Postgres changes. Okay, what events do you want to listen for? I want to listen for all the events. Specify the table, which is going to be the sleep records table. So now Supabase knows the table we're trying to implement real-time functionality for. Then after that, we're going to specify a filter. Now this filter is very important because we don't want to update all the records. We only want to update the records where the user ID that is logged in matches the user ID of the user that created the record. Okay, so we're going to say where user ID equals dot dollar, then we'll pass in the user ID. Okay, now when you are writing this, always ensure you place this dot in between this equals and this right here. Okay, because this dot is also going to separate the operator, this operator, and also the value. This is a Postgres syntax. Okay, so after that, down here we'll just say the schema. Our schema is actually public. After this object right here, we're going to add a payload. Then we're going to check if the payload dot event type is equals to insert, which means a user tries to insert a new data to the table. Then we're going to set the sleep record states, get the previous states, and then we're going to say payload dot new as sleep record. So what we are doing right now is that we are getting a new payload. For example, now we have 2 data in the table, and we also obviously have 2 data in the UI. When we add a new data, this event is going to fire. This payload.event type is this event is going to fire, okay? Because it's going to be an insert event. So this is going to fire, okay? As we are checking if it's an insert event, then this is fire, and this is going to set our record state. Remember that our record state contains all the records that we fetched, our initial fetch, okay? So we're going to get the previous state of that record, okay? And then we're going to say the new payload, which is going to be of type sleep record, obviously is going to be a type of sleep record. And then we're going to attach it to the previous value, okay? I'll just format this. And then at the end of this right here, okay, at the end of this closing bracket right here, we'll say dot subscribe. Okay, we are subscribing to this. Okay, now since we are actually adding a subscription to this user fetch tool, we always have to return a cleanup for when this component on mouse. Okay, remember I said that when we add a subscription with the user fetch tool, we always have to return a cleanup. Okay, so what I'm going to do down here, I'm going to say subscription. I'll return an arrow function. Then in there we'll say subscription dot on subscribe, like that. Okay. And then since we are making use of this user ID here, we can pass it as a dependency to this use effect hook. Okay, great job. So I'll save that. Now let's actually test if this is working. So go back to the web page and we have an error. It says final argument passed to use effects change size between re-renders. The order and size of this array must remain constant. Okay. The reason we are getting it here is because we are adding a subscription to our application and we are making use of this user ID. Remember that this user ID could be undefined. Okay, so remember when we wrote this function, this use callback function right here, we said that if this user ID is undefined, if it's not set, then we're going to return, we're not going to fire the function. But in the case of this subscription, if this user ID is undefined, this subscription is going to actually trigger the subscription immediately the component mounts. But the user ID might not be set. The user ID might be undefined. Okay, so when the user ID becomes defined, when we have already gotten the session and the session is no longer null, user ID becomes defined. So that's why we are getting this. It says that the final argument passed to user to change size between renders, which means the value is actually changing, which is causing a re-render. So how do we solve this problem? So what I'm going to do, I want to create a stable user ID. I'll create a variable called stable user ID is going to be equals to, I'm going to make use of the use memo hook from React. And then we're going to say user ID. Then if there's no user ID, we just want to return an empty string. Okay, instead of us returning undefined, we just return an empty string. And then we just pass in the dependencies as an empty array. We don't want this to depend on any value. Now, what this is going to do is that instead of the user ID to be user type of user ID and undefined, it's going to be either way, it's going to be a string, which means if the user ID is not set, it's going to be an empty string. But when it's set, it's going to be a string with the user ID. So now I'll copy this stable user ID. Then I'll scroll down. Then up here, instead of we using this user ID, I'll say if no stable user ID, return. Okay, and then we just pass in the stable user ID right here. And also for this right here, I'll pass in the stable user ID. Great, I'll save that. Now I go back to the web page and we actually see that error is actually gone. Now let's test if this vtime functionality is working. Let's add a record. I'll just pick today's dates. I'll keep the range at 7. Then I'll pick good sleep. I'll click on save record. And it's not actually updated. Now the reason this is not updated is that we've written the code we need to actually update in real time, but we've not actually switched on real-time functionality for this sleep records table in our Supabase dashboard. So we're going to head back to our Supabase dashboard. We head over to table editor. Go to our sleep records right here. And then we just edit this and click on edit table. And then right here, we're going to see enable real-time broadcast changes on this table to authorized subscribers. Okay, so I'll click on enable real-time, then I'll save this table. We'll head back to the web page. I'm going to refresh this and I'm going to try to add a record again. Okay, I'll pick 7 hours again. Then the date, I pick yesterday. Then for the sleep quality, I'll use good. Then I'll click on save record. And you can see immediately the record is actually updated in real time. So now next, what we're going to work on, we're going to actually work on actually deleting records so that users can actually delete their records. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the sleep history component. I want to actually create a button for that. So first of all, right here, I'm going to say I'm going to add another TD. That's going to be for actions. Okay, then I'll scroll down. Now here, add another TD. Also give a Tailwind class of py3, and then in here we're going to add a button. And this body is going to have an icon in there called more vertical from Lucid React. Give it a size of 16 and a Tailwind class of text gray. I use 400. And for the button, give the button a Tailwind class padding of 1. Give it a rounded. On hover, I'll give it a BG slate of 600. Then a transition of colors. I'll save that and we'll go back to the web page. We actually see that right here. Okay, and over and you see that cover effect. Great. Let's give it a cursor of pointer. I'll do pointer. That's going to be way better. Yeah. After that, I'm going to create some states up here. So up here, I'm going to create some states. I'll say const show menu ID. Set show menu ID is going to be equals to use states. By default, this is going to be null and it's going to be of type null, or it's going to be of type string. Okay. Then after that, I'll create another state const the state for the deleting ID. Then set deleting ID is going to be equals to use state. It's going to be null too, and it's going to be of type null or string, like that. And then we're going to scroll down, because the reason we are doing this is that we only want to show the delete button, because we're going to have like a menu here. When we click on that menu, it's going to show the delete button. We only want to show the delete button if the button we actually output, the ID matches the ID that this show menu ID is set to. Okay, great. So I'm going to scroll down. I create a div down here. First of all, I'll just wrap this. I'll wrap everything here inside a div container. Then I'll give this div container a Tailwind class of relative, because I want to position this one absolute to this right here. Then I'll give this one a Tailwind class of absolute, a right of 0, bottom of 8, PG slate of 700, a border slate of 600, rounded of LG, shadow LG, a Z of 10, and a minimum width of 32. Inside this D, I want to create a button which is going to output delete. Then I give this button a Tailwind class of width of full, px of 4, a py of 2, text red 400, and over give it a bj slate 600, give it a display of flex items center, a gap of 2. When the button is disabled, I want it to have an opacity of 50. Reduce the opacity by 50%. A transition of colors, and lastly cursor of pointer. Okay, I'll save that. Go back to the web page and we actually see the buttons right here. Okay, great. Now obviously we don't want this to be shown. Okay, we only want this to be shown for when the user clicks this. Okay, and I want it to be shown for the record user clicked on. Okay, so when user clicked on this, it's going to display this one. Clicked on this, it's going to display this one. That's what we want to do. Let's do that. Now I want to actually conditionally render this button. So up here, I'm going to say if show menu ID is equivalent to record dot ID, then only then we want to render this div right here. Okay, so I just cut this, then I'll paste that in here. Okay, I'll save that. Now when we go back to the web page, we should not actually see that right here. We only want to see it when we click on this. So we're going to hook up an event listener to this. So when we click on this, we're going to see the delete button for this one right here. So I'll go back there. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to hook up a click event to this. I'll say on click. When someone clicks on this, I want to fire an arrow function that is going to set show menu ID. What I want to do is that when someone clicks on this one, I want to set the show menu ID to the ID of the record user clicked on. Okay, but first of all, we're going to check show menu ID. We're going to check if it's already set. So say show menu ID, if it's equivalent to the record dot ID, ID, then we want to return null. Else we'll set it to record dot ID. Okay, I'll just format this. I'll save this. I won't head back to the web page. We'll click on this. We're going to see this right here. Okay, but that's why we did an additional check. When we click on it again, it's going to just set it to null. Okay, that's why we did that check. We said that if show menu ID is equals to record ID, then we'll set it to null. Else we'll set it to record ID. Okay, great. And it's actually working fine. Great job. Now let's create the function to actually delete a user's record. So I want to go to the service function we created, the service folder. Inside this sleep record, I'll create another function. And this function is to fetch the sleep records. I'm going to create another service function to actually delete the sleep records. I'll say export async function delete sleep record. And this function is going to take one argument, which we're going to call record ID, which is going to be of type string, and then it's going to return a promise, which is going to be boolean. Okay, and then in here we're going to make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we just log the error, console.error, error deleting sleep records, passing the error, then also throw the error. Then in here we're going to check if no record ID was passed to the function. If no record ID, so I will negate this, then we just throw new error record ID is required. And then down here, if we have the record ID, then we can say the structure what we're going to get is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Supabase dot from which tables from the sleep records table dot delete dot eq, where the ID matches the record ID passed to this function. Okay, format this, and then we can destructure out the error and check if we get an error. If error, then we just throw the error. Okay, as if there's no error, we just return true, because it's going to return boolean. Okay, it's going to return true from when the record was successfully deleted. Great job. And now we can make use of this service function inside our sleep history right here. So up here, we'll create a function. Up here, const handle delete record. It's going to be equal to async function. And this function is going to take one argument. We call that argument record ID, which is going to be of type string. And then the first thing we're going to do, we're going to set the deleting ID to the record ID. So we know that, So we know the ID of the record the user is trying to delete. And after that, we're going to await the service function we just created, which is going to be delete sleep record. Get that function from the sleep record.ds file. Okay, delete sleep record. Get that from that services folder right there. Okay, and remember that we have to pass in the record ID as an argument to the function. Then after that, we're going to set the show menu ID back to null, and also set the deleting ID back to null. Okay, great. Let's actually hook up this to the button. So I'm going to scroll down that button right here. First of all, we're going to hook up the function. So down here, I'll say on click. I want to run an arrow function. I'm going to fire the handle delete record. Okay, remember that this expects one argument, so we're going to pass in the record dot the ID of the record we actually clicked on. After that, we're going to set disabled to as long as the deleting ID is equivalent to the record.id, then this button is going to be disabled, which means this is the record we're actually deleting. Same thing with the show menu button right here, this one right here. As long as the deleting ID is equal to the record ID, this is also going to be disabled. But we're not done yet. Now, inside this button, we want to actually put a loading, something like a loading event to let the user know that the delete request is being processed. So what I'm going to do, I'll get rid of this text right here. Then in here, I'm going to say if deleting ID is equivalent to record.id, then we want to render this JXS right here as we want to render this JXS right here. Now, if the deleting ID is equal to the record ID, I want to create an empty fragment. Now, in here, I'm going to create a div. So I'm going to give a Tailwind class of width of 3, height of 3, border of 2, then the border colors will be border red of 400, a border of top transparent, a rounded of full, and then I'll give it an animate of, I want it to spin, animate of spin. Okay, and then after this div, we just add this text deleting ... As we just return another JSS right here. Basically, we're just gonna have a trash icon, trash 2 from reduce it we add. I'll give it a size of 14, and then right here we just simply say delete. Okay, I'll save that. Now we'll head back to the web page. We actually see that when we click on this, we see that delete button, we see that trash icon. Okay, it looks really good. And also we want to see the deleting button. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to specify that here this is going to be true, so we can actually see that. Okay, so I'll go back to the web page and we actually see, when we click on this, we actually see that deleting animation right here for when a post is being deleted. Great job. So let's actually test this out. Let's try to delete a record. So I'll click on this. I want to delete this. I'll click on delete. You can see that we are here, and we've actually deleted that, but it's not actually updating in real time, which we are going to work on. But I just refresh so you can see that it's actually deleted. Now you see we have 3 records here, and then the average sleep is giving us 6.66666. You know what we're going to do? We're going to actually ensure that this is going to be 2 decimal places. So I'll go up there. Where's that stats? I'll go up to that stats. Then where we actually put the average sleep, I just cut this off. I'll place it in here. And then I'll say dot so fixed 1. Okay, so we'll do the same thing for the best sleep. Just cut this, paste that in here, then dot to fixed, we'll do 1. Okay, this is actually 1 decimal place. Save that, and it's going to ensure that we just have 1 decimal place. It's going to approximate it to 1 decimal place. So now when we delete a record, we want to see the update in the UI. So let's work on that. So I'm going to go to that delete function. Now after we delete a record, immediately we delete a record, we're going to set our sleep records. We're going to get the previous date, and then we're going to say prev.filter, call it a record. Then we want to actually return the record.id that is not equivalent to record ID. Okay, so what we're going to do if we delete a record, then we're going to actually remove that record from our state right here, our slip record state. Okay, that's going to update our UI. So I format this, I save this, I head back to the web page, then I just delete this. Let me delete this one. I click on delete. You can see it's deleted and how everything's actually updated. Great job. So now I want to add another slip record. Pick a date. Now pick a range. I'll do 8.5 hours. And I'll say excellent. I'll click on save record. And you can see that's actually added. Excellent. Okay, great. I can actually delete this other one. Click on delete. And that gets deleted. Great job. So next, we are going to actually work on actually creating this chart right here. Okay, so that users can actually visualize their sleep data. Okay, first of all, I'm going to close all these files. I'll close all. Now the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new component. I'll go to src component dashboard. I'll create a new component called sleep charts. So I spell that chart correctly. Chart.tsx. RFC. I'll just get rid of this import right here. Okay. Now this sleep chart is going to return a div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of bg slate 800, a rounded of 2xl, padding of 6, a border, and a border color of border slate 700. Then I'm going to have a h3 tag, which is going to say sleep duration trend. Okay, we're going to give it a Tailwind class of text XL, font we do semi-bold, margin bottom of 4, display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 2. Now I'm also going to have an icon. Okay, call the icon bar charts 3. Get that from Lucid React. I'll give it a size of 20. And also I'll give it a Tailwind class of this Foursquare 500. Now all we have to do is actually put this sleep chart component in the sleep history component. So I'm going to go head over to the sleep history component. I'll just scroll down. Okay, now after all this div right here, I'll just wrap everything up here. After the div that wraps around these two, I'll wrap them up. I'll also wrap this up. Now after this div right here, I'm going to call the sleep charts component. Okay, save that, and we should actually see that right here, sleep duration trend. Great. So next we have to actually install some libraries we're going to actually use for actually displaying the charts. So I want to open up this terminal. I'll open a new terminal. So I'm going to say npm install react chart.js 2 and chart.js. I'll click on enter, and that's going to actually install the two libraries for us. I'll just close this up. I'll head over to package.json. We should actually see that right here, chart.js version 4.5.1 and React chart.js 2 version 5.3.1. Great. Now first off, we're going to import some items we're going to need inside this sleep chart component. So up here, import chart as chart.js, category, scale, linear, scale, bar, element, title, to tip, legend, chat, options. I'm going to import these from chart.js. Okay, we're importing all these from the chart.js library, and then down here I'm going to import bar from charts React chart.js 2. Okay, so these are the imports we actually need. So next, we're going to actually pass a prop to this component right here, okay, because we obviously need the sleep records to actually display them to the chart. Okay, so in this sleep history, I want to say this is going to take one prop called sleep records, and then we just pass in the sleep records right here. Okay, as the sleep records states we have right here. Okay, we just pass it to this as a prop. Okay, and then in here we can actually define the type, because you can say this is going to return a prop. We have to specify the type. So up here I say interface sleep chat props. We're going to retrieve a sleep records that's going to be of type sleep record. Okay, the sleep records tab we actually created, and it's going to be an array. Okay, I'm going to import that sleep records from sleep history. Okay, great. And then we can pass in that type right here. This is going to be of type sleep chat props, and then we can destructure the sleep records as a prop. Okay, then after that, up here we're going to register chat.js components. Okay, I have to actually follow this part of the tutorial very carefully. Okay, I'll say chat.js dot register. I want to register the category scale, the linear scale, by elements, title, tooltip, and also the legend. Okay, and after that, up here I'm going to paste a function right here. Now this function right now is going to help us to actually display the bar based on the color of the bar. Now if the duration is actually less than 3, then the bar is going to be red. Okay, and if the duration is greater or equals to 7, the bar is going to be green, as the bar is going to have that default Foursquare color. Okay, great. Then after that, down here I'm going to paste in another function here, and it's going to help us get the emoji for the bar chart. Okay, now all this code you can actually find in the repository, okay, which I'm going to leave a link to it in the description below. They are going to be inside the sleep chart for TSS component. And after that, in here we're going to actually start preparing our chart data. So I'm going to say prepare chart data. Okay, I'm going to say const recent records is going to be equals to, I'm going to spread up our sleep records we are getting as a prop dot sort. I want to sort it new dates. I'll pass in the a dot date in there minus new dates b dot dates dot get time function dot slice -7. Okay, I'm getting an error. Okay, I didn't actually get the time here. Dot get time function. Okay, I'll just format this. Now what we are doing is that we are creating a copy of the array right here, and then we're actually sorting it in ascending order. Okay, so even if they are not arranged, we're going to actually arrange them in ascending order from the oldest date to the newest date, and then we just, this slice -7 is just going to take the 7 latest ones. Okay, the first 7. Okay, great. And then also I'll just paste this function right here. Okay, const label is going to be, so I'm going to map through the recent records, and then we're going to transform the dates. Okay, so after that we're going to paste this right here. Okay, const data is going to be equals to this. So what we are basically doing, we are creating a data set with conditional colors. Okay, now these codes are actually too long for us to write. It's going to take a very long time for us to actually get through this. Okay, now these codes are already in GitHub, and I'm going to leave a link to that. Okay, so I'm just going to paste them right here. Okay, so after that we'll also paste this right here, which is very long. Okay, now we don't have this get recommendation function. We're going to actually paste that down here. After this, also paste this right here. Okay, the get recommendation function. And then after that, we're going to paste this right here, which is going to be if the sleep records.length is actually equals to 0, what we are actually going to show to the user. Okay, and this is going to be the default UI the user is going to see when the user doesn't have a sleep record in the chat. After this right here, we'll just get rid of this and then we'll just paste this right here. Okay, so basically what we are doing here is that this is going to be, this is the H2 we actually created already, and then we have this div right here that's going to be like the label. This is a div we're just going to style up, and then this is actually the main item right here, this bar right here. Okay, and in this bar we're going to pass in this data and these options we already have up here. Okay, and this is the options, and also this is the data. Okay, so I'm going to save that. I also save this sleep history right here. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see the chat right here. Okay, great. So this actually add another record. I'll click on add sleep record. Now the way we will decode is that when the sleep record is less than 3 hours, then the bar is going to be red. Okay, if it's less than 3 hours, then the bar is going to be red. If it's between 3 hours and 7 hours, it's going to be purple. Then if it's above 7 hours, it's going to be green. These two are above 7 hours. Okay, so let's add a record that is less than 3 hours. I'll use 2.5. Then I'll say sleep quality was terrible. I'll click on save record, or I've not specified a date. Save record. And you can see immediately that the bar is actually red. Okay, now I actually just copied and paste the bar chart code so that we actually save a lot of time, because actually writing this from scratch is going to take a lot of time, and this tutorial is actually stretching too much. So with this, we're done with all the functionalities for the application. So now I just have to work on the loading screen for the dashboard. So I want to head over to Visual Studio Code. I'll just create a new component, SRC. Inside this dashboard folder, I want to create a new component. Call this component dashboard loading screen.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this React import. I'm gonna give this div a Tailwind class, main h screen, a bg slate 900, a text of white, display of flex, a flex direction of column, items of center, justify of center, and the padding of 6. Okay, I'll save this. Now I can actually make use of this in the dashboard component. I'll just go to the dashboard component where we have this loading right here. Instead of returning this paragraph tag, I'll just return dashboard loading screen. Okay, and then I'm going to say if this is true so we can actually see it. Say if true, I'll go back to the web page and we actually see that right here. Okay, great. So we need to actually overlap the dashboard and cover the dashboard when the data has been fetched, also when we're fetching the session. Let's actually style this more. I'm going to go to that dashboard loading screen. In here, I'm going to create another div, and this div we are creating is going to be, give this a Tailwind class of relative margin bottom of 8. Inside this div, I'll create another div. In here, we're going to output a moon icon that we're going to get from Lucid React. Give it a size of 40, and then we'll give it a Tailwind class of text white, like that. We'll give this div a Tailwind class of width 24, height 24, a background of bg linear gradient to bottom right. We're going to start from Foursquare 600 to purple 600, rounded of 2XL, display of flex, items of center, justify, center, and animate of pause. Now after this div, we're going to create another div. We'll give this one a Tailwind class of absolute, negative top of 2, negative left of 2, a width of 8, height of 8, bg blue 500, rounded of full, and animate of bounce. In here, I'm going to add an icon called zap. Get that from Lucid React. Give it a size of 16. Also, I'll give it a Tailwind class of text, white, and a margin of 2. After that, I'll create another div. I'll give it a Tailwind class of absolute, negative bottom of 2, negative right of 2, width of 8, height of 8, bj cyan of 500, rounded of full, animate of bounce. I want this one to have a delay of 75. Okay, great. We basically transition delay of 75 milliseconds. Then you're also going to add an icon called cloud. I get that from Lucid React. Give it a size of 16. I'm going to have a Tailwind class similar to this right here, which I'll just copy and I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'm going to save that. Head back to the web page and we actually see that right here. We see the big icon right here, the moon icon, and then we see these other ones right here, bouncy at the top and at the bottom right corner. Okay, great. After this div, I just wipe this off. I'll create a div down here. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text, center, margin bottom of 8. In here, create a h2 tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class, text 2xl, font, bold, margin bottom of 2. And the h2 tag is simply going to output loading your sleep data. After that, I'm going to add the paragraph tag. I'm going to output this right here, preparing your personalized dashboard. I'll give this a Tailwind class of this gray 400. After that, I'll create a div. I'll give it a Tailwind class. I'll give it a width of 64, a height of 2, bg slate 700, rounded of full, overflow of hidden, margin bottom of 6. Then here, I'll create another div. So I'll give it a Tailwind class of height of full, bg linear to the right hand side. It's going to start from Foursquare 500 to Purple 500. Then I'll give it a rounded of full. Okay, full. I want to add animation to this, so we're going to actually create the animation with CSS. Okay, so down here, I'll create a style. Just specify JSX, and then in here we're gonna have this in here. Okay, now what this is going to do is going to create an animation for this div right here, okay, using CSS keyframes. Okay, now if you are familiar with CSS, you understand what we're actually doing here. We're just adding an animation with CSS keyframes. Okay, and then all we have to do is copy this animation, use animate progress, and paste the animation name in this div right here. Okay, I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page and we actually see the animation right here. Okay, great. So now all we have to do is just go back here and then just return this. So it's only going to show when the component is loaded. So when we refresh, we're only going to see this when the component is loaded. So we can actually add the dashboard component to when we're actually fetching the records too. So I'll go to the sleep history component. This place where we have if loading, return this paragraph. We just get rid of this, then we'll just make use of the dashboard loading screen. Save that. Then go back to the web page and now refresh. Then it actually looks way better and professional. Great job. Now you're going to notice that remember that we are going to be navigating this by using these links right here, which is going to navigate to each section. So we'll click on about, it's going to navigate to the about section. We'll click on content, it's going to navigate to the content section. We want this code behavior to be smooth. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the root layout of this application app. Go to this root layout. Then in this HTML, I'm going to add a Tailwind class of scroll smooth. Okay, I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that the scroll behavior is actually smooth. Okay, I'll click on any of this, it's just going to scroll down. And that's all for this project. I'm going to call it a day here because the videos actually stretched more than I actually expected it to be. So I might not have time for deployment. So if you enjoyed this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find this content very, very helpful. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on helpful modern web dev tutorials like this. I'll see you in the next video.